Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are here for the second test match between the Black Caps and the Proteas. This one should be a very exciting one. South Africa, they've actually won the toss and they decided that they do want to have a bat. So a similar, I guess, layout to what we had last week as well. This headphone cable has decided to be extra tangled today, which I know really annoys a lot of you guys. So I do apologize for that in advance. But the national anthems have been sung and now we are ready to go in this matchup. We have got Crazy NZ, we've got Gareth, and we've got Coding here as well for this matchup. And currently New Zealand, the lineup is going to be as follows. They have got Tom Latham, Will Young, Devon Conway at 3, then Henry Nichols at 4, Daryl Mitchell, Tom Blundell, Colin de Gronholm, Kyle Jamieson, Tim Southey, Neil Wagner, Matt Henry. Exactly the same as they did have last week for the Kiwis. Then Elgar, Erwee, also it will be Markram, Vander Doosen, Bavuma, Verena, Mulder is a new name that we didn't see last week. Maharaj also getting added into the side. Janssen, Rabada, and then it will be Sapamia, who is at the end. And also he is being bold winning the toss. Elgar says Greg Galway. Exactly right is what I was trying to say, other than the fact that I kind of ended up with almost a South African accent at that point in time. Yeah, wanting to bat first just shows that they kind of feel like they made a mistake last week and they can fix it. And that is what they will be trying to do here. John Eyre said, morning all. So I don't know what the camera's doing today. The saturation seems to be through the roof at this current point in time. I don't know whether it's the light or something, but for some reason it looks very much so like I've turned up the saturation, turns up the exposure as well, 150 at least. But yeah, hopefully it's going to get better as we go through the day. I don't know what it could be because I checked. I turned on more lights. I've got that extra light that just makes it a little bit darker, but hopefully won't look too bad throughout this live stream. But currently, anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be covering a lot of the test match cricket on the channel alongside Super Rugby, which is starting a little bit later on with the Highlanders taking on the Crusaders and also the Reds taking on the Waratahs. Those are the two games that we are going to be doing on the channel. Also, the Six Nations coming up very soon. It'll be an exciting one to watch along to. Currently, South Africa, they have got their two openers, and Dean Elgar, the captain, going to be on strike. Didn't really have the best innings, or the second innings, in fact, in that first match. And then also Erwee is going to be out there. And Elgar blamed the bowling in our press, says Gareth Ferguson. As in South Africa's bowling. I don't know whether, I guess that's not how you make any friends with the bowlers in your team, is it? If you say, right, we all got out for less than double figures, but the bowlers, did you see them going? They weren't doing too well at all. I feel like that's just not the way to do it. Unless, of course, you want your team to not really like each other. I was going to ask, this is shocking from Proteas. Why Dean Elgar decided to bat first, as in 22 years, only one time team has won batting first at this venue. That is a stat and a half from you, Coding there. We'll see what the weather's doing for the 5 days, but the first ball, Tim Southey, going to be bowling here right on the money straight away, except a little bit too straight, and it does pick up the 4 runs. So anyway, so Dean Elgar already top scoring for his series so far. The very first shot. So a little bit of rain expected for Saturday. Nothing too crazy for Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday. Bit of cloud. So we will see some swing on offer for the bowlers. Just a little bit too straight with that one, Sally. I believe the Black Caps, they'll be trying to pick up from where they left off in that last game, which was pretty much that line and length that was just lethal, trying to tear through the South African lineup. It's well bowled, but well played there from Elgar. Had to hit that one, but good use of the swing early on from Tim Southey. He actually got the most swing out of any New Zealand bowler in the last match as well. And same guy put a debutant to open away from home in a country he never been to, says Gareth. Don't know. He's just, everyone's got their, what could you say? Everyone's got their plans and whatnot that they like to use, but yeah. It's going to be an interesting test match. I'm hoping that it's going to be a lot different to the first one. So South Africa going to make 150, as Al says, Gareth. I hope so. Also, we have got the Hamish way. As your face is looking dark. Problem with camera, something dark is there as compared to usual. I agree. I don't know why, but the exposure looks like it's just cranked up to about 500, and I don't know why, because everything else is like normal. I haven't really changed anything. I don't know whether it's because this light is in a different spot or something like that. I mean, I could put it there, but it would be quite annoying after a while. I think it's just the time of day that it is, since the sun is blaring in, and also, like, you know, it's weird. What if I rotate that a little bit? Does absolutely nothing. Yeah, I don't know, but for some reason we are just a little bit darker today, which, I mean, sometimes could be considered as a good thing, because my, like, pale skin might blind you guys if it was too bright. But at the moment, oh, bowled by Tim Southey once again. 4 runs so far off this over. It was actually off the first delivery. So I guess the big question, ladies and gentlemen, who's going to top run score for the South Africans in this innings? I'm probably backing someone along the lines of Evander Dusen, someone along those lines, someone in the middle order, or maybe Elgar will be able to score himself a lot of runs. But this is currently a very nice day. It's at Hagley Oval for a second time in a row. Currently, the camera, it's confusing me big time. I don't know why it's like that. And same ground, let's bat first again, says Gareth there. Leaving that one outside of the off stump, and that is going to be the end of the first over. And it is going to be 4 for none. And also forecast very promising. Sure, New Zealand switches suddenly easily. Cloudier on all 5 days. But Meteo officers claim no rain. Hopefully we can get 5 full days of cricket in without any rain affecting them, because we're going to be chopping and changing between the cricket and the rugby for some of the afternoon tomorrow. I believe we are going to be doing the rugby from about 4:30 onwards. So we'll be doing the first 2 sessions, hopefully, of the cricket, if my voice is lasting throughout that time. And then we will be switching back over for the final kind of 3 matches of Super Rugby. We've got the Six Nations in the middle of the night, but each morning we're still going to be back up, and we are going to be rearing to go once again for more of the Six Nations. But currently, more of the cricket, I should say. Currently, Matt Henry, he was a star in that first innings, did very, very well for himself. And hopefully, we do get to see a little bit more of that swing bowling and time, or line and length, in fact, that he was bowling very nicely. We have got top of the morning average, says David Demore. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing well. You will notice I didn't wear the other shirt. I thought about it. Thought about putting on my helicopter pilot one that's going to be whipped to the lead side there. And straight away, Erwee is going to be able to get himself 2 runs. So currently, New Zealand already given away more runs than they did in last week's first innings. I think that was in about the 4 first overs or something along those lines. But yeah, I did decide not to wear my massively over bright shirt, but I actually bought some clothes, believe it or not. I don't normally buy clothes, but I decided it would be a good idea. So I think that's arriving today. There's a whole heap of random stuff. One of them I probably shouldn't have bought, but I just bought because I thought it might be quite funny, which normally isn't the way that you should be spending money on clothes. But yeah, it's going to be interesting when they do arrive. But currently, nice forward defensive from Erwee. Hand or not hand, hay fever, should say, still is a thing. And also, will we see the pitch turning into a nightmare for batsmen at day 4 or 5? Spinners will come in play or not? I don't think so. I think New Zealand pitches normally are built to last, and they normally do. They do normally last the full 5 days. So I don't think we're going to see any issue with kind of like a whole heap of variable bounce. Maybe on day 5 you might see just a little bit, but it should be all right, I believe, overall. And kind of where to use same side as well. I'm sure Kiwi squad happy, or same side. I'm sure Kiwi squad happy and may well again just need CPL days. And also, yeah, SA starting way better, obviously, says Dan De Castro. I feel like my reading has taken a break as well. So that is why I think it's going to be a slow start to this one in terms of my speed of reading commentary or reading the chat. But overall, we'll get there. Hello again from Turkey, says Jack Smith. Welcome in to the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. Currently late at night in Turkey, I believe. And Yabril pitches indeed, says Dan De Castro. Fantastic. I've got this to South Africa, says Najakat there. And at the moment, I mean, South Africa, they have got something to prove. They want to fire back from that last one. Why is your scoreboard not working? That's a very good question. Is it working? Okay. I think it's just started updating itself now, which is good. Hopefully it does behave. As you guys know, last test match, we had many problems with the scoreboard. Every once in a while, it was like, you know what? We're just going to take a break for a few overs. We're just going to stop updating. It's just after 1 a.m. and hi from Paddy Wagon. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing well. And currently, it is going to be 1.5 Overs into this one, Matt Henry. Nicely played, and 2 overs down, 6 for none now. Hey, Fever, I do apologise for that. I will have to do that every once in a while just because I got the window open or else it was going to be very warm. It's 15 degrees according to the weather report, but I don't think it is. I think it's probably about 340 for Najakat there. How many runs they will be able to get for themselves. Hopefully we do see a good total set by South Africa. And Hamish predict the score and how many wickets will fall in the opening lunch session. I think we'll see one. I don't think we'll see any more than one for South Africa. I think they have learnt from last week, and now this week they will just look to build up a very nice total for themselves and really put the pressure on the Black Caps for this matchup. And I hope Erwee gets a good score. And they're at 179 for South Africa, says Betty, and yay, says David there. And it's a huge match when you only play 2 matches. Obviously, New Zealand need the win to really get back in the World Test Championship mix, and South Africa get buried at the bottom if they get the whitewash. And also, let's hope South Africa can turn the scoreboard on to at least 380. Well, by Southey pitched up, and it is blocked nicely by Elgar, who will have to be patient in the way that he plays into his innings, but also can't get too overly, I guess you could say, sometimes in that first game, South Africa did get quite defensive at times, which they won't want to have happen in this one. New Zealand, anytime it was a bad ball, they tried to smack it to the boundary. South Africa, they were very unlucky in some of those dismissals in the first innings. But Henry just found his line and his length and just continued to pepper that line until the wickets did end up falling. They've got 3 slips in a gully at this point in time, left alone outside of the off stump once again now from Elgar. And I think South Africa redeem with a strong total, 300-ish, 308. It's a very specific number from Dan, but we will say that it could be a very big possibility. I feel like definitely over 250 here for South Africa is my straightaway, I guess, prediction / but you guys know how bad I am at predictions, so don't take what I say too seriously until it happens. It's kind of the best way of describing my cricket and rugby predictions, in fact. Nicely played. Nice sneeze. Gotta love the summer, eh? That's the thing. In winter, when it was -2, I was like, I'm looking forward to summer. I'm looking forward to wearing a t-shirt, some shorts, and just getting to chill out in the heat. And now that it's heated, I'm like, winter's coming, and it's kind of good. I don't mind winter. Really not when I've been sneezing. And also, Dan can't remember when last South Africa scored 300 plus in a test. Says Gareth there, nice shot. And well fielded, though, by, I believe that was big Kyle Jamieson. Was able to get down and cut that one off Friday today. Yes, it is indeed. And bless you, says Jux there. And also next to your LIM report, how good is Amelia Kerr been this season? Well, how good has Amelia Kerr been this season? She's been in outstanding form, definitely going into a World Cup as well. I believe that's actually starting next week, isn't it? For the Black Caps. Or the White Ferns, I believe we are for the women's side. But yeah, hopefully it is going to be a very good one. And we do get to see, I guess, the Kiwis go long in that one. I think we will be doing some sort of commentary if we make it through to the final. Yes, Gareth, I was long ago, but I am positive. And now Rugby Today, yes, says Reid, we do indeed have some Super Rugby coming later on. And also say that we have an alternative to Macca and Rigger. And there says David, yeah, we are going to be here for a majority of all of the days. I believe it's only tomorrow afternoon that we will be missing, and that is due to rugby overlapping. So that will be the final session of tomorrow that we won't be able to do. But other than that, we are here every single day, every single night. And it's a lot of hours, but hopefully the voice will last throughout all of those ones. 3 overs down and 6 for none now for South Africa. Gotta love it. I still haven't found a tissue sponsor or a hay fever sponsor at this point in time. A bit disappointing, but to be fair, I didn't look for one, so that's probably why it didn't happen. It's going to be outside of the off stump, left alone by Erwee. And my mum will be joining us for the commentary a little bit later on in the day, I believe. But that is mainly because she's working at the moment, which she won't be enjoying too much because it is hot at the moment here in New Zealand. And there's test match cricket on. She's probably got it on at work now I think about it. Boss seems to allow her to do that, which is always nice. And I know, Gareth, I felt I was slightly reaching as well. But some others predicted much more optimistic starts, like 380. And Mama Kiwi lads in there, says David. And she has been enjoying the test match commentary so far. We have been enjoying watching the Black Cap summer get underway for the cricket. We didn't really get to do any of the World Cup, and that was because of time zones. Maybe for the Australian Cricket World Cup, we'll get a few more co-commentaries. I'm from India, says Rajendra there. Welcome into the live stream. I hope you're doing well. Currently, middle of the night in India, isn't it? If I'm not wrong. Nice shot there. It's going to be hit to the leg side by Erwee. And that is going to be at least the 2 runs. Do they run up for 3? No, they just get the 2. But nice shot. Now, both men sitting on 4 runs here. South African batsmen. I'm liking the aggression that they're showing nice and early on in this innings. Not allowing the New Zealand bowlers to get themselves set. It's a bad ball. They're hitting it away. And it is a very nice shot. Currently just setting himself a little bit to the offside. With the way he's standing, that was an inside edge. That was a little bit closer and a good line from Matt Henry. But Latham currently, he probably, if he won the toss, he would have possibly decided to bowl first anyway. So he won't be too disheartened by the fact that South Africa decided that they wanted to have a bat. It probably just saved him having to make the decision in that matter of time. My eye is itchy. Hay fever. Gotta love it. And also, come on, guys, support me here on the 380. That's close. Okay, just leaving it alone once again from Erwee. I mean, there is a good chance that we do get to see a massive total from South Africa here in the first innings. Imagine if they go on and get themselves around that 400 mark. As if they can somehow get that 400 mark, then all of a sudden New Zealand are no longer in a hugely dominant position in this test match. Currently, for them to win this one is $1.39. South Africa to win, that's going to be $4.15, and then a draw is $6.60 at this current point in time, because we are expected to get full 5 days of test match cricket coming to us live from Hagley Oval. But that is the end of the 4th over, 8 for none now for South Africa, and a good start to this test match. Matt Henry, he was able to pick up a huge amount of wickets early on in the spell last week. At this exact same ground, the Canterbury boys doing very nicely for themselves normally at Hagley. They are the ones who really stand up, whether it's a Latham, whether it's a Henry Nicholls with the bat getting the 100, or whether it is Matt Henry with the ball in hand, getting himself 7 wickets in that first innings, 2 in the second, just missing out on the 10-wicket match, and that is because Tim Southee was able to get himself the 5 wickets in that last session. Speaking of Southee, he is going to be bowling once again now. They've still got the 3 slips and the gully, and also Hamish wicket coming soon. Says A1 Singh, there's a possibility that Tim Southee or Henry do get a very nice ball in the money position. That's a nice bit of swing for Tim Southee. He's going around the wicket at the moment, seeing South Africa so positive. I don't know, Hamish Latham maybe bats, and also probably good toss to lose shrug and, draw. And they have 5 full days, even good bat track. Both teams have great bowling, says Dan De Castro. Exactly right. And South Africa actually changing up their bowling attack a little bit from the last match. They have got Mulder, and they have also got Maharaj and Sipamia, I believe is the pronunciation, or Sipamla. Hopefully I've said that correctly there, but he has also been added into the bowling attack. Jeez. That was close to the off stump there. And Mark Richardson on commentary really liked that one. He thought that it was hitting the stumps. And also, okay, Sharks, sorry for being pessimistic. Let's see the future of South Africa cricket come of age. And also, these New Zealand pitches. Here's A1 Singh. They have just a little bit in them for the bowlers. It's a good leave in the end. It did end up popping off the surface. Plenty of bounce. Tim Southee thought that it might have been clipping the stumps. But it was in the end a good leave from Dean Elgar. That one he had to hit, and he has been able to do just that and went from 0 all-rounders to 2. And there says Gareth Wild, did South Africa choose to bat first? That pitch is still a bit green. Good signs for New Zealand Says David, yeah, they did decide after winning the toss that they would go in and bat. And someone earlier on did mention that the only time in 21 years that someone has won first after batting, that was almost the sentence. Batted first and won the match is what I was trying to say. I believe that was once in the last 20-something years. Short ball in the end. It wasn't really much of a pull shot, but it also wasn't really much of an anything. It was almost a defensive little tap to try and get it out of his face. Oh, so we go there. Let's see. As long as it's a good battle between bat and ball last week, you thrashed us. We need some backbone to show now, says Jacques. Yeah, I do hope South Africa have come to play here for this test match, because as much as people say they enjoy seeing a one-sided test match, I feel like the thing that makes a test match so great is the back and forth. That's a good ball from Southie just outside off stump. Erwee certainly going to be tested early on with his batting technique up against an informed Southie. He was just peppering that outside of off stump line. It ended up coming across and then swinging away a little bit off the seam, I believe. Yeah, a little bit of seam movement there just to make it a bit more difficult. That's an insane stat. And there says David. And also we have got Erwee out for less than 15. I have to wait and see. I've never seen a Proteas batting side so out of fight until last test. Bangladesh showed a lot more fight, says David there. So hopefully, nice shot there from Erwee through the covers. And this is going to be just the single to close out the over. 5 overs down, and it is going to be 9 for none now. Currently a good start to this test match for South Africa, but we have got 5 full days of action, ladies and gentlemen. We will be covering them on the channel. So if you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Erwee at the moment is sitting on 4 runs off 12 deliveries. Erwee sitting on 5 runs off 18 deliveries. A little bit more of a slower start, but he is still out there, and that is the main thing in New Zealand. My favourite pitches as well, I think most fair, India or Sri Lanka, unless Amundsen, too easy for 5 days, plays draw with smart batting, says Dan De Castro there. Yeah, with the weather the way that it's supposed to be in New Zealand, we're getting spoiled at the moment for our weather. Like, the rain seems to be falling during the week, and then when it's time for cricket, like, the rain just seems to kind of disappear. It's as if it knows that, right, we'll put a little bit of moisture on the outfield, and then we'll give it a day or two to dry up, and then we're all good to go, ready for a test match, because it's only supposed to be 50% chance of rain on Saturday. Nicely played once again. Getting himself a single was Erwee. Reason stop scheduling tests for Napier in there, says David Lemon. Also, Southie is swinging the ball in both directions, so nice. Also nice to look, says Conan. Yeah, when the ball is swinging as much as it does for Southie early on, can make a test match, I guess you could say, a little bit shorter sometimes, depending on how he goes. And currently now, Matt Henry, he will try and find that innings that he did get. I feel sorry for Skidderman as well. Really is an anvil, or he's an anvil sink or swim, says Gareth. He didn't go too bad with the bat in the second innings, did he? Overall. And he looked good with the bowling, but they've decided to switch out quite a few of the bowlers. And also, it hurts me as a fan of Henry not participating in the IPL. He's A1 saying it is a shame for him. He's probably, I think we've almost labelled him the most unlucky cricketer for New Zealand who hasn't been affected by like serious injury. Because like if you're talking about unlucky, you're probably looking at maybe like a Lockie Ferguson based off injury, just because he always ends up getting injured at some point. Even if he's just about to find some good form, then his hammy or his calf or his elbow or his shoulder or his head or something ends up hurting, and then he's unable to play for the rest of the season. But Matt Henry always close to selection for not just the Black Caps, but also other competitions around the world. Always ends up just missing out. Although any chances yet, says Jay Woods, not at this stage. There was one leave over the top of the stumps from Erwee that probably cleared it by about this much. But other than that, being pretty stock standard for the South Africans. Not showing too many weaknesses in the early stages. Matt Henry now outside off stump, left alone by Erwee. That's what we've got there so far. Both bat and ball look high level. It should be a great match, says Dan De Castro. And always rain in Napier when an international cricket match is scheduled for McLean Park, as says David. Yeah. Something about that ground. Like, it's like if you ever going to have a barbecue and you mention to anyone, oh, yeah, we're having a barbecue. That is literally a word that makes the water fall from the sky instantly. Or not instantly, but on that day of your barbecue, like it's always raining. Well, it's got there. Henry is not really a T20 bowler, though. Better long forms of the game and doesn't quite have enough pace like Jamieson or Ferguson. There's David. And also, here's a question to the lobby. Greatest pace bowler. Oh, tell you what, this could split opinions depending on where people are from. They've normally got a different opinion on who is the best pace bowler around. We have what's got crazy and see. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. Apparently, 6 overs down, 12 for none. And why is it just a 2-test series without ODI matches and T20s? It's a good question. We always seem to have a 2-match series in New Zealand, and I have no idea why they do always go with just the 2, because Bangladesh, we did have a 2-match series. New Zealand up against South Africa, we've got a 2-match. I think if the T20s between Australia and New Zealand were taking place, we had 3. But we don't really seem to have long series here, although the longest series I think we've got in terms of ODI and T20s is actually up against the Netherlands. Which I'm not sure why, but it is what they've decided, possibly because of MIQ restrictions. And also, we got the Dutch next, says David there, and a few Ghana, both of them holding Ambrose. And there says it was Greg Galway and New Zealand win this test match, says Bob Jobs. And that one, enjoying the name, mate. Currently, New Zealand are the favourites to be able to go on and win this one and clean sweep this series. But Hagley Oval, it's a great ground to bat at, and sometimes all you need is just a little bit of a miracle innings or a very informed batsman take you through. I mean, Elgar has got the potential to be able to get himself at least a 50 here. Same with Erwee at the non-strikers end at this current point in time. But both of those guys, they can bat well. And as long as they're patient and they don't rush into their innings, they should be fine. And also, we have got there what channel we can see this match in my mobile. It says MD, what country are you in? Do let me know. I know a few options depending on the country that you will be trying to watch it from, but do let me know. And also, as the best in the business, will it be any league around the world? Or be it any league around the world, says A1 Singh. And also, because of the busy schedule for the international teams, it is not every year we play each other. So if we compete against each other, they must make the tour worthwhile. I agree. Like, we don't normally get to see, well, that's a bit of swing. We don't normally get to see too many matches between New Zealand and South Africa. And also, I guess we probably only play Australian Test match cricket every few years as well, don't we? And also, we've got about which channel it is. And does anyone know if Logan van der Beek has declared for the Netherlands, wants to play for New Zealand? I hope he's chosen the Netherlands because he is a very good player, but I don't think he'll get too many opportunities for New Zealand, which is why if he did go for the Netherlands, he would certainly, it's off the edge. Doesn't quite carry, though, the first slip in Devon Conway. And that one now is just going to be falling short of Devon Conway, of Daryl Mitchell, in fact, I should say. Does end up getting a bit of a way swing. Played it with soft hands, though, which was the thing that did end up saving him a little bit there, Elgar. The thing is, I don't normally rotate my head like that when I blow my nose, but I feel like on live stream, for some reason, that's what happens in terms of my motion. My nose looks very red from this angle, unfortunately, for the exposure on the camera. We haven't got there. Good to listen, sir. And there says with welcome into the live stream. Hope you're doing well, mate. And yes, Jogan van der Beek has said yes to the Netherlands, but we'll confirm, says Scott. So hopefully he does end up going there. And Damden and Carey looking good for New Zealand, though. Says David, there was actually a little bit more, I guess you could say, intent in that shot than I originally thought. He didn't really play it hugely with soft hands. It just didn't quite carry through. And interesting, you had 3 West Indies without my view of greatest Marshall. And there, as the go after that is going to be 12 without loss after 7. It was a maiden for Tim Southey there. Currently gets the tap on the back from a few of his teammates who are appreciative of the way that he was bowling there. And that's good. He could always revert to New Zealand if he makes it in the Women's Cricket World Cup in New Zealand next week, says Bob Jobs. It is indeed. And it is an ODI World Cup, which is why we might not have as much of the commentary as we would have if it was a T20 World Cup, just because ODI matches are very long, like they're about 9 hours or something like that. And even though we do the commentary for test matches kind of throughout the day, well, they might not quite be 9 hours. I think they're about 7 or 8, but normally you got a little bit more of a break with test match cricket. It does make it a little bit lighter on the vocal cords, and a bit of Lee Kasparik going from Scotland to New Zealand, or a bit like Lee Kasparik, I should say, on that one. But the Cricket World Cup for the women's side of things, I'm just going to go through and I'm going to see what date it is going to be starting on. It is getting close, though. It's actually only 7 days away from getting underway, and New Zealand, they will be taking on the West Indies for the opening match of that T20 World Cup, Friday, the 4th of March. And then the next games for the Kiwis that we should mention, one moment, will go like this. So the Kiwis, the other matches that we have got for ourselves, we've got a warm-up match actually taking place in 2 days' time. That will be up against Pakistan, then a warm-up game up against Australia in 3 days, 21 hours. South Africa versus West Indies, that will be our first game. Bangladesh is the second, India as our third. Then we play Australia, then we play South Africa, then England, then Pakistan, and then we will be through to the next round in the finals if we do have a good success right there. And also, I think they're probably glad. Now, I don't know what there says, David, and also we have got there, will South Africa get slapped up again? And there says Luke, it's a good question. It's a good question. Hopefully not. I hope this one is a close one. No cricket. Shave says Garrett. Also, yes, Luke says A1 saying, and also off topic, are the Satyrs and Highlanders still playing tonight? Says Crazy NZ. I believe so. Or has there been like a case or anything like that, Crazy NZ? Last time I checked, it is on, but I don't actually know whether or not we've had anything recently that has caused any postponement or anything. I'm going to have a quick look, though, just to make sure that it is still going to be taking place. I think that's a van. It is. Oh, me package is here. Great editing, Irish, says Gareth. Yeah, no, Luke, we will fight back. And there says Jack's there. Apparently the courier's right there and the window's open. So I feel weird for talking. Currently 7.5 overs down in this one. 13 for none. I'm like a little kid at this point in time. I looked online, it said they're playing tonight and tomorrow. So not sure. He's Crazy NZ. I know that the game that was originally going to be taking place on, they were actually going to be playing on Saturday, but it was moved forward. And that means that now it's going to be on Friday in the game between the Hurricanes and the Blues. Okay, they've left. Now we can talk louder. Yeah, the game between the Hurricanes and the Blues, we're going to be playing on Saturday instead. And Talented Pop is here for a chat. That would be quite funny, although I don't know whether or not they'd be allowed to due to like restrictions and whatnot now. And we have also got Logan van der Beek. We'll be playing with the Dutch team when they come. That's cool. That's cool. Hopefully it does go all right for them. I might have to, at the break in the next little moment, or probably not this break, but the next one after that, go and get that package and put it inside. And as a hot chips delivery, I wish we had a system that could do that. Unfortunately, because I'm from such a small town, we don't have Uber Eats or anything like that. So it is a bit sad that we can't like just order random stuff in terms of food. But I got some stuff. I'll be able to upgrade the wardrobe because I pretty much have these, and that's about it. We hit the lee side once again, not going through the gap though. See what I mean about my head? I don't think when I blow my nose normally I go like, but I think that's just a live stream thing. And also score with please image for a moment. Here we go. I do have to make sure the mouse is in the right place. So thank you for reminding me. Give him the Picana as well. And there's this Crazy NZ. Currently now Tim Southey, 4.1 overs into his spell. It's going to be the short ball, nicely played by Algar. Pounces on that short ball, hits it away for 4 runs. The first boundary of the game that hasn't really been like a little flick off the pad. The first aggressive boundary, I should say. Dean Algar got one off the very first ball, in fact, of this match. It's a nice pull shot. Does end up getting himself the 4 runs. So I would say more than likely we are possibly going to see definitely over 250 from South Africa. I'm optimistic, but I'm confident that these two will be able to get going in the early stages. Hamish, after uncomfortable win in first test versus weakest South Africa side Black Caps gave opportunity to new players, Rutherford, Tickner, and Fletcher. Some players rested or not. Well bowled from Southie that time. Pitches it up just outside off stump. Playing a miss from Agar, or Elgar, I should say. Who am I thinking of Agar? I'm thinking of Wes Agar, aren't I, for the South Africans, or sorry, for the Australians, or maybe his brother and Ashton Agar have been playing for Australia and also in the BBL recently and shot Dean. Says Jacks there, yeah, very nicely played. Geez, that was close to the outside edge though for that Nets delivery, and it's always a shame for a batsman if you go boundary then out, it just doesn't quite feel right. Currently now Southie once again charging in. Nice bit of in swing there for Southie, and Elgar better score, or there's going to be some fast bowlers playing bodyline in the nets, says Gareth there. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're going to blame the bowlers for your first innings or your first match loss, like, surely you're getting some short stuff in the nets. You're either getting it short or you're getting it on your toes. Although, I guess the thing is, maybe he's playing the like kind of good cop, bad cop thing. Good captain, bad captain at the moment. In terms of like, he could have gone out there and said, yeah, performance wasn't that great overall. Or maybe he's decided to go, right, the bowlers didn't do their job. I'm swapping a few of them out. Let's see if that aggression in the captaincy really fires up the next guys who are making their way in to try and really go well. And then maybe after the series, he's like, yeah, sorry, boys, probably shouldn't have done that, but I just wanted to fire you up a little bit. More than likely, it's probably just the case of he looked for someone to blame and they were there. So it's easier. And also true, Gareth, very true, same as Markram. Markram, lucky to be in the 11 still, says Jacques there. Well played once again from Elgar. He's faced 35 deliveries, 12 runs for him, and that is the end of the 9th over. And South Africa now sitting 18 for none. It's a good start to the match. I think the big thing is after the first match, it seemed like there was a possibility that maybe like this one could end up in a similar fashion, but I don't believe that that is going to be the case. South Africa, they have got a very good side. And if these guys at the top of the order, Elgar, Erwee, also Markram, and then Rassie van der Dussen can come out there and really bat for a long time. And also, Hamish, will you mama commentary, or will your mama do commentary today with you or not? And there's coding. So pretty much at this stage, she is working at this current point in time, but I believe maybe for the second or third session, we might be able to have a little bit of co-commentary there. Kyle Jamieson now being brought into the bowling attack. So Henry only getting the 4 overs. Oh, I think the Dutch are affiliated ODI members, and they're definitely not full Test Nation, says David there. Do we play? I think we play them in ODI, we play them in T20. Do we play them in a Test match when they head over? I know that is actually only about a month away from taking place, which is kind of cool with the fact that it is coming around the corner extremely quickly. So we have got there. Sahib has said, Hamish bro, from which country are you from? I am from New Zealand. So it is currently sitting at 11:36 a.m. here, which isn't too bad overall for a game of cricket. Like sometimes, like we're done commentary at about 3 a.m. and they are normally the brutal ones that do end up really taking their toll on you. But I worked out this weekend, if you count our rugby and you count our cricket, we are actually going to be doing a total of, how many hours is it? We're doing about 12 hours a day for 4 days straight or something along those lines. A very large number. But hopefully the voice does last and South Africa will win this one easy. No more isolate for 10 days like last time, says Johannes there. And also we have got, I think this pitch is on the slower side. Also Elgar, outside edge, was not carried to slip, taking wickets will be hard as Test match progresses, says coding there. But currently we do take on the Netherlands in 30 days as our first match. It's going to be only one T20, and then we get to play them in 3 ODIs. And then we actually head to England for the test matches, and also Afghanistan and Ireland are the only new test nations to the current top 10, says David. Afghanistan, they've got a good spinning attack, and if they can work on those pace bowlers, which they are actually slowly developing, if they can keep on building up that pace attack as well, they're going to be a tough side to beat in the near future. But New Zealand versus England, those test matches are going to be starting at 10 p.m. Why is my flashlight on my phone? Oh, I know why that is. It was because I was trying to get it to fix the lighting. So I was confused at why it looked so dark. So I kind of ended up like shining the flashlight straight at the light or at the camera. And also, can we watch this match in India apart from Amazon Prime? I don't believe there's too many other options other than Amazon Prime. I know that the Black Caps YouTube channel will have the highlights of the day after the day is finished, but live, I don't believe there's too many other options, unfortunately. Sorry, mate. I wish there was. I wish there were more free alternatives. I'm actually watching this game for free in New Zealand, even though it's not actually the best. I guess you could say it's not the one that everyone tells you to watch it on, because Spark Sport has got the coverage, but 30 seconds ahead is actually the New Zealand TAB. They've got the coverage of it. You have to watch it on a smaller screen, but you can watch it a little bit more ahead of what it would be if it was kind of through the Spark Sport. And also, can you give the teams again, please, says Johannes. So for South Africa, in this match, they have decided to go with Elgar and Erwee as the opening combo. Then Markram, Van der Dussen, Bavuma, Verena does get promoted up to 6 because he was playing from 7 last match. Then they've got Mulder being added into the team alongside Maharaj, who is also there. Marco Janssen still in the starting lineup alongside Rabada. And then it will be Sapamla. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. That is the last team member for South Africa. Then looking through at New Zealand, Latham, Young, Conway, Nichols, Mitchell, Blundell, Colin de Gronholm, Kyle Jamieson, Southey, Wagner, and Henry. So unchanged for New Zealand in that one. And that highlights we also get on Amazon Prime. Meta is live. Says save there. And also I wonder if we're going to regret not having Ravindra or Patel in there if the wicket is slow, says David. Because I believe the only option South Africa have got for spin is Markram, but he actually got himself 2 wickets in their last innings. I think he did end up getting the 2. And I really do hope that we turn the tables on paper. We had a good bunch of players. We just need to put the puzzle together there from Jacques. And also we do have some potential on batting. If you're scoring at FC in South Africa, you're good. Just give them time like we did for Callis. And Mulder gives me X-Files vibes. And this is David. And also we have got Maharaj as the spinner. Also, they've actually gone with the spinner. And that one, I haven't actually seen too much of him in the past. Keshav Maharaj. So maybe we will regret not having a spinner or a full-time spinner anyway. Who is it for New Zealand that we could have spin? Have we got anyone who's like, I know we've got a couple who can probably part-time it a little bit, but no one really seriously spinny along those lines. Maybe you give the ball to, I mean, looking through, in fact, we're really lacking even a part-time spin option, really. And also we have got there, where is the live season? Right, it is on Amazon Prime. Be sure to check it out. That is the only way to watch that game, depending on the country that you are in. But it is, unfortunately, it has got a cost for that one. Just the way that it is. Unfortunately, they don't have many free options around. He's handy with the bat. And there says Gareth. And also, is there any chance of New Zealand to reach the World Test Championship final? Says Sahib. We're struggling at the moment. I think we've got to beat England in all 3 of the matches over there in England to have a real good chance, but still not going to be easy. I think Australia might be able to take our spot for that one. The Boys and the Invincibles is on Amazon Prime, by the way. Our best comic book superhero shows ever. And there says David, and also Tim Sally can bowl some off spin. Says Coding, I know that Ollie Robinson, we did end up seeing some off spin from him in the last little while for the Ashes when they did end up losing Joe Root because of repeated groin strikes, I guess is the best way of putting it. And Invincibles is absolutely incredible and super violent. Says David, and it's a lot better team as the first time Mulder is a good all-round player in there from Johannes. But yeah, I think with the batting lineup batting a little bit deeper this week for South Africa, it does mean that if they lose a couple of the early wickets, the panic won't set in. Because as soon as they lost that top order The wickets after that just kept on tumbling and tumbling and tumbling, whereas this week, hopefully they will be able to stop that momentum and really get themselves some good partnerships going. That was out the side edge there, goes straight to point. And Devon Conway, currently 10.5 overs down to Southey. He's getting a nice little bit of swing there. And yes, we do have potential. Like you say, they just need time. Let's see. I'm positive we can get 380 plus from Jacques there. Hopefully we do get to see a big old total from these two sides. And also New Zealand has a good chance to win series in England against this year, as England's side is so weak with the old players going out, says Coding. And also with do the IPL players get to play in that tournament or in that competition? It's probably my biggest question, because New Zealand will lose a few of their players if that is the case, but same with England. They will end up losing their own players along the line. I'm still confused at why the camera looks so different to what it normally does. Like last week for the live stream, it was extremely clear. I think it's my shirt. I think the shirt is too bright. If I go like this without showing off anything, of course, it kind of changes a little bit, doesn't it? I think it's the brightness of the shirt, and the camera does not know what to do with it. See, it seems to be like, I think the brightness of the shirt is just eating up all of the possible light. And also, we have got, yes, I like the combinations, but Sapalma or Sapamla, I must first go on a diet. You have to lose at least 10 kgs, says Jacks. Although, if he's working well with the ball in hand, perhaps he will be also, and also now your face is normal, Hamish. And there says Cody, that's the nicest thing I think I've ever been told. Now your face is normal. Cheers. But yeah, I think it is the white on the shirt. If I go like that, straight away, you can actually see it's like I'm turning a light switch on and off, but really it's just my shirt. So I think I'm going to have to change my shirt at like kind of the end of the session to try and sort out the lighting. Perhaps. Nicely played once again. It also reminds me of that dress meme. And there says David Lim, the one which is it blue and white or gold and white? What colors are they? Blue and black, or white and gold, I think, were the two. And some differences there with that shirt. And also maybe he'll be our new cheeky or chunky Philander. And there says Gareth, and also put a South African shirt on, it will look a lot better, says Johannes. I feel like if I did have a South African shirt, I would consider putting it on. Sorry, I thought this was a good stream, not a strip show, says David. Yeah. Oh, that's kind of my side hustle, though, occasionally. My OnlyFans and whatnot. And also, as New Zealand and Australia are ally or rivals like India and Pakistan, just asking, says Sahib, it's not quite as intense of a rivalry as India and Pakistan, but there's still a little bit of something there. Like, the way I always describe it is, if we're playing each other, of course you want to beat the other side, but if one of the two sides is playing someone else, you do end up supporting them. It's having a shirt. We wouldn't see you. And there says Gareth there. Yes. I just remembered it is green, isn't it? Depending on how light or dark the green is. Because if it's relatively dark, I will end up disappearing and I'll just be a floating head. Which I have considered buying a very bright green shirt just to be able to say that I am a floating head, but I've decided against it just for now. Probably wouldn't be the smartest way to spend money. Kyle Jamieson currently had an Algar on the thigh pad with that one. And, well, if he has taken wickets, I suppose, then it's fine. We're going to need him at 135 kilometres at least. And there says Jacques. Jamieson once again hit to the leg side. There's a man there, though. It was Devon Conway. He'll be open to perform with the bat. Heading into England, where he was able to make his debut. 200 runs he was able to get for himself in his cricketing debut at Lords of all locations. Absolutely outstanding one. This shirt is going to really annoy me with how it's so weird how it works, but I don't want to sit there like this because it looks like I'm wearing like a towel or a dress or something like that. If I tuck it under my arms, people will think that maybe, it's a new look, perhaps. Once again, Jamieson going back across, and also how will you feel if you get a chance to spend a day with Kane Williamson? I mean, that would be pretty awesome. I don't know whether or not it would happen for us. But if it did, like, it would just be like, imagine the knowledge that you learn, even in just such a short time, about kind of everything to do with cricket. Like, him and Virat Kohli always get along so well because they just talk cricket for hours and hours and hours, like back to back to back. And also, I think New Zealand and South Africa are friends going off the 2015 Cricket World Cup semi-final, says David there. And also, yes, we like beating one another, but there's a friendly rivalry between the two and lots of respect. Exactly right. It's similar to what we see in the rugby department, like New Zealand and South Africa. They both want to be number one, but when we play each other, there's always just that mutual respect of like, this is going to be a very, very good. Okay, that was a dead ball. That was very weird. He went like this. Tim Southee still bowled it. Beautiful in swing and delivery. Okay, he ended up bowling him, but he looked up very late. Tim Southee, though, I mean, it was right on the money with that delivery. And also, we have got there, I always support New Zealand if they play against Australia or England. And also, we have got there, Hamish to New Zealand was part of Australia before independence. And there are completely two different regions or countries. And our case Pakistan was part of India until 1947. And then it was separated, I believe, for us, like, it would have been a lot earlier on, like we're talking thousands of years, but New Zealand used to be a part of the same island as Australia and also some of an area up further. Was it Yugoslavia we were called? I don't even know. My history sucks overall, but I know it was something like that. We were part of a whole heap of things, and then like the body of the water just, and then now we're separate. History with Hamish. This is why I'm not a history teacher. As I also, I always support New Zealand. Says Johannes if they play Australia or England, they're well bowled by Tim Southee, and also him. That was a bit dodgy by Erwee. And also Harry Javelin picking up De Villiers off the ground is iconic, says David. Yeah, that was a tough moment for the South Africans in that semi-final. This was extremely late. And Yugoslavia. Is it Yugoslavia? No, what were we part of? Austria, no. What were we called? And also we have got there, we were all once part of Pangaea, as Morgan Freeman says or likes to say on the Turkish airline ads, says David Lim. There you go. And also we have got there, aren't you into rocks, says Gareth. I know my rocks, I don't know anything else about them. Like, I know the types of rocks, I know about like volcanic eruptions and earthquakes and whatnot, but I don't know how we got to where we are currently. You know, I know the three types of rocks: igneous, sedimentary, and metamorphous. They are the three types of rocks that we have got. I feel like I'm slightly like, I know things, but then I also don't know other things that I should know. Don't think of thoughts on Ukrainian war. I don't know whether or not I can go too in depth in it, because it could get me in trouble on YouTube. I assume that unless it's kind of like a news broadcast, I don't think you're allowed to actually mention it on YouTube without getting yourself into trouble in terms of not just monetization, but also like community guidelines. So I might have to say no comment for that one. But it's looking serious at the moment. Probably about all I can say for that one. I shot down the ground there. And I was like, fair play, I would stick to the cricket. And then it says Jay Wood. And when I saw stick to the cricket, I thought about it, and I thought of stick cricket. Did you guys used to play stick cricket back in the day? How was the feeling back in 2019 when a Kiwi boy who played for England took away the final from his home side, says Saeed? I mean, Ben Stokes, he's just a very good player, isn't he? So I feel like there's going to be moments like that. You could say the same thing about New Zealand taking it away from South Africa in 2015 with the South Africans that we did have on our team, but well bowled by Southee once again. Nicely pitched up. But yeah, pretty much like there are always going to be little moments like that, whether it's going to be a guy who has been in the country, who was born in a different country, Like, and they are just all the little moments that just make cricket. I guess you could say, like, at the end of the day, we're not going to hold it against them. And yes, stick cricket is nice. I love it. Says Jux there. I remember playing one on my phone, which was stick cricket, and you could sign players, and it was almost like the IPL, I think it was. And pretty much you just sign players, but they're very expensive, similar to real life. So you can't actually afford to get all the best players every season unless you're performing well. I feel like I should try and get a brand deal with them, seeing as we do quite a bit of cricket on the channel. I'm going to see if I still have the app. I'm not going to tell you what the app's called, though, because then that's free promotion. I'm actually going to tell you, it's just stick cricket. Or it's Super League is what it is called. It's kind of stick cricket Super League. And yeah, you pretty much make your own side up. You do get to play. You got to get big totals, though. I wasn't able to continue getting about 280 runs per T20 matchup. But currently the run rate in this game sitting at 1.62. Taking along quite nicely. And this is almost the first hour down. They're actually making good time. Currently, New Zealand, we're sitting 53 minutes into this one. And the reason is we haven't had any wickets. So normally you do end up having a lot more overs played. If you don't end up getting the wickets as well, we need a mode on Cricket 22 and a new game where you can transfer and make teams. Says Jay Woods, yeah, like a career mode / manager mode would be pretty awesome. Get to take part. Oh, imagine an IPL auction. Although they don't have permission to use the IPL, do they? So I think that's probably why they haven't up till this date. But I would absolutely love some sort of auction system, how you do get to sit down at the table and they come up and they're like, right, this player is the next one that is available and everyone just bids on them. Like, I feel like that would be very awesome to have. Anyone remember Stick Wars? And then says Gareth, Stick Wars. I remember playing Balloons Tower Defense. I don't know whether or not that is completely the same, but like the one how they follow the path and you pretty much got to pop the balloons back in the good old days. That's the thing. As a kid, you play a lot of games that now as an adult, you kind of forget about. And then you see them and then it's kind of like a nice, like, I guess you could say a nice little recap of what used to like be pretty much. Back in the simpler times of just getting home from school, being like, right, I'm going to play some stick cricket. Because why not? Currently just ticking over the strike quite nicely here, South Africa. They're not really rushing, but they're also not playing as defensive as they were in that first innings of the first test match. Currently sitting 22 for none. Kyle Jamieson, dead ball. Oh, so there, no, I don't. Says Jux there. But yeah, some sort of Cricket 22 special mode would be pretty awesome. I feel like that's the thing. With the Super Rugby season and everything going now, it means I don't have a lot of spare time. But after the Six Nations finishes and after also this series finishes, like I feel like I would love to be able to do something going into the IPL, how I kind of do my own like auction on Cricket 19 or no, sorry, Cricket 22 and doing some sort of custom team maker thing with you guys. Like I've always wanted to do some sort of subscriber series like thing, but I haven't quite worked out how to do it yet effectively because I guess I'd have to give you guys all like budgets in the chat or something like you'd each have a budget of 10 million somethings and then you're allowed to pay such and such money for players, but there's a cap of how much you can go to and it'll be quite in depth. Jamieson there hitting the pad, just bouncing with that extra height over the top. Nice yawn there. Do you think we, India, can ever beat New Zealand in the ICC tournament? Are we don't afraid? Oh, we don't afraid of death. Are we afraid of New Zealand? Said Sahib. I feel like there will come a day. Like, because for some reason, South Africa, or not South Africa, sorry, India, they, like the record that they have outside of like tournaments is very impressive. But the record that they have inside of tournaments just seems to be different. And I don't know whether it is so much as the form going into it or whether it's that pressure, that added pressure of trying to succeed with such a large, I guess you could say, such a large nation of cricket on your shoulders. That's a nice shot. Racing away for 4 runs there. And sorry, it was stick deaf. And then did you get enough sleep, Avish? Says, no, Mum, I think so. Maybe. 7 hours, somewhere around there. I think I probably ended up going to bed a little bit later, but I was getting too excited about this game and also getting ready for all of the rugby that we have got. We're doing 2 Super Rugby live streams later on in the day. In fact, while I'm at it, once we do get to drinks break, which is going to be in the next over, I'll actually let you guys know the schedule for the weekend, and you can tell me that I am a silly goose for wanting to do as many live streams as they have got on there. But Kyle Jamieson pitched up delivery outside off stump, and that is going to be the end of the over. It is 26 for none after 14. And we're actually ahead of time at this current point in time, or we're probably about par with the time that we are after for this one. Imagine if they don't need the extra half an hour. I feel like the last time I saw them not need an extra half an hour was probably when they didn't used to have the extra half an hour thing. Like, it's always going a little bit longer. But New Zealand currently on par with what they do need. And also, sleep is overrated, says David. To some extent, I would agree more if I hadn't gone like one of the other earlier live streams, not today, but also a couple months ago. I went like 30 hours straight without any sleep. In fact, it might have been more than that. That wasn't a good idea. My brain just stopped working. I'm saying my Chiefs are not playing, but understand about player welfare for Moana Pacifica, says Novmum. Yeah, I feel bad for Moana Pacifica that's gone through the gap off the edge. And Elgar, a little bit of luck for him. And they are going to be running for the 3 runs. Good running between the wickets, but off the edge of Elgar. He moves up to 17 now, close to an opportunity. No, we mentioned yawning. I love sleeping. I don't get enough sleep. I get grumpy. You wake me up too early, you face a grumpy mother, says the mum there. Yeah, I feel like a grumpy mother is a scary mother to have, isn't it? My mum doesn't really get too grumpy overall, I don't think, that I can think of. Normally, you're just like, I feel like I can be annoying, which is probably understandable. You guys are probably sitting there going, yeah, that makes sense. It's going to be outside of the off stump, left alone by Erwee. And 2019 Cricket World Cup final. I lost so much sleep that I was a wreck after the damn Super Over loss. And have you seen the TAB ad where that noise control guy goes berserk after finding out New Zealand won in a Super Over? Says David Lim. I have not. I'm actually watching the game through the TAB at the moment, believe it or not. And if Liverpool can win the EPL title on the final day, I will definitely live stream at 2 a.m. And there says David, it's a nice shot once again, driving. It's going to be through the gap. And that is going to be another 3 runs. And then they didn't quite roll it right away to the boundary. Currently, Erwee sitting there 14 off 42. Elgar sitting 17 off 45 for these two. So it's a good partnership. It's a very good opening run partnership. They are just showing the catch from Tim Southey for the first matchup. Matt Henry just ended up getting a huge amount of wickets for himself, almost considering playing that one, Elgar, but he does end up leaving it alone. Currently now 2 balls left, so we're a little bit behind. We're probably like 2 balls behind in terms of over rate, but overall, pretty good from the Black Cats so far. 32 for none here for South Africa. Just a couple boundaries coming for them. Elgar getting 2 and Erwee getting the other one. Also getting some 3s and 1 leg bye is the only extra we have seen so far. Once again, going to be left alone outside of the off stump. Currently 2.16 for the current run rate. Taking over quite nicely for the South Africans. As long as they don't lose too many wickets in this first or second session, I feel they will be able to get through the day of play and will be able to go into day 2 with a 200. No, probably not 200. How many? I'd say close to a 200 run lead. Oh, that one came in a little bit and it didn't end up smacking him in the box there for Elgar. That will be the end of the over, and it is drinks now. And they are sitting 32 for none. I've got their hopes South Africa would be more competitive in this match, says Human Rights. And currently they are doing very nicely. Without losing that wicket in the first hour of play, will give them a lot of confidence heading into the next little while. But anyone wondering what our live streaming schedule is looking like for the weekend? It's looking pretty full. So pretty much today and also on every other day, we are going to be covering the New Zealand versus South Africa test match, although tomorrow is the one day we won't be able to cover the full day of play, and that is because of the final session overlapping with the Brumbies taking on Fiji and Drua. So we will be doing that game for Super Rugby, but the first 1 or 2 sessions of the day tomorrow, we will be covering on the channel. Also, alongside that, we've got 2 games of Super Rugby tonight, 3 games of Super Rugby tomorrow, no games of Super Rugby on Sunday because the game has been rescheduled and then postponed. So that means that we won't have to cover that one at a random hour. Then tomorrow morning, we might be doing some of the URC that will either be at 6:30 a.m., 8:35 a.m., or both. And those are going to be 2 games. Zebra taking on the Bulls and Leinster taking on the Lions. I'm hoping to do at least one of those 2 matches. Then after that, Sunday morning, we are going to be doing 3:15 a.m. to Six Nations, Scotland taking on France, 5:45 a.m. England taking on Wales, followed by some more of the cricketing action between New Zealand and South Africa. And then maybe if we decide to, we will be doing a game of the A-League possibly. And crucial not to lose a wicket directly after drinks happen so often. And well done. We survived the first hour, says Jack Smith there. And then on Monday night, we will be doing the Ireland versus Italy game, followed by New Zealand versus South Africa at 11. So we've got plenty of cricket, plenty of rugby, all these random hours. Pretty much any time that I'm not live streaming over the next 4 days, I will be sleeping, whether that is a nap or whether that is going to be a full-on sleep for a few hours just to try and catch some sort of Z's. We'll get back into the cricket in action that we have got coming up. But currently another hour left of this first session of the day. Then we've got a 40-minute break, and then we will be returning to you guys at around that 1:40 mark for another couple hours of test match cricket. Also, at my back door, there is a parcel, so I'm going to go and open that. Also going to change my shirt because this one is way too bright for this camera. If I go like that, seems to fix it. But as soon as I go like that, oh, no, I ruined it. What if I have my hands up? No, I just had my hands up for no reason. But Tim Southee at the moment, 7 overs bowled. So he ended up going for 12 runs, no wickets, an economy of 1.7. Also, Kyle Jamieson, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 5 runs, and an economy of 1.67. Most expensive bowler has been Matt Henry, 5 overs bowled, 15 runs, and an economy of 3. I want New Zealand to beat South Africa 2-0. And the SSA there. Yeah, we will have to wait and see whether or not that can be the case. But currently, New Zealand to win this test match, paying $1.61. The draw is $5.20, and South Africa to win, it's gone down to $3.50. They were actually $4.20 at the start of the day. Starting to edge down just a little bit further for the South Africans there. But currently, Crusaders versus Highlanders. That is the game of Super Rugby, first of all, that we are covering tonight, followed by will be the game between the Waratahs and the Reds as the other matchup. But Kyle Jamieson now playing up very nicely there. It was a Yorker length. Currently, Erwee sitting there, 14 runs off 43 deliveries. Elgar at the non-strikers end currently sitting on 17 off 48. These two are willing to bat more time. And also, they're still ticking over some runs, though. And that is one thing that is the difference between the first and the second test match so far. We're seeing a bit more intent from South Africa. If it is a bad ball, they have been leaving it. Well, they have been going after it, in fact. Alone outside of the off stump once again. Currently, we will have till 1 p.m. is when this first session is able to go to. Then we've got that 40-minute break, like I mentioned. And then it is 1:40 through to 3:40. That is session 2. 20-minute break after that. And then from 4 to 6, plus a little bit more added time if we are a few overs behind, which I don't believe at this stage we should be, but hopefully we'll be all right. And also 2 paracetamol and a mid-strength beer makes for a good nap. There's Gareth, there you go. Although I think depending on my napping schedule, might need to wake up relatively quickly. So that might be a tricky one. For like I worked out like how many hours of live streaming theoretically we are doing a day, and then my sleeping. Like for one of the days at night, I'm sleeping from 12:30 to 2:30 a.m. and then from 8 to 10:30 a.m. And those are my 2 sleeps that I have got for that night in particular. And then after that, we've got another about 11 hours of live streaming, and then we get 8 hours of sleep, hopefully, after that. And we're just going to be probably making up for the sleep that we missed out on for midweek. Nice cover drive there from Erwee. Now that is going to be another 2 runs there for South Africa as they move closer and closer to 50 not out, or 50 for none. And this one, and a 50-run partnership between the 2 openers would be huge for South Africa here. They decided to send themselves into bat. They won the toss. They said, right, we're going to have a bat here. So they need to make sure that they do perform well in this matchup to show that they did make the right decision. But it was a good drive in the end from Erwee. And also, you can't go to sleep now. The Proteas need you supported there, says Jack Smith. Jamison with the short ball, well played. Goes straight down to the man at fine leg. It was Matt Henry. Does end up fielding that one. But it seems like not a lot of this New Zealand bowling is troubling the South Africans at this point in time. And I believe, if I'm not wrong, the overcast conditions have just become a little bit more overcast. The sun seems to have gone behind a hill. I'm currently bright pink, bright orange. What has changed there? I don't know. To put my shirt up again. Try and fix it a little bit. This shirt is way too bright for a live stream. And for a busy weekend day, Amish. I'm looking forward to it, says David the Mod. And yeah, it will be very busy, but it's going to be exciting. I might need a George at some random hour of the morning just to wake my senses up, because anytime George is on a live stream, even if I want to sleep, I can't, because I know that he would say something bad if I was asleep. So because of that, it does keep me awake. Go to Landers. Anyway, getting lunch, be right back. Says David, so we will see a little bit later on. But 16 overs down, 35 for none now. Also, both sides picked the toss right, or both tests, says Dan. So yeah, at this stage, New Zealand won the toss for the first match, and South Africa won the toss for the second. So I assume that first match, they must have lost the toss, South Africa, but then the second one, they have been able to get it for themselves. But yeah, do let me know, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa, why did I all of a sudden, I went from orange to pale in an instant. I don't know what the camera's doing today. I think it's trying to work out what is going on with my shirt, and it's just stumped. But Matt Henry now bowling outside of the off stump. It's left alone once again. Currently 135 k's. He's getting some decent speed down there, Matt Henry. But they need the wickets. If they can't get one of these 2 out very soon, I would say that South Africa can build up towards that 200 lead by the end of the day. They've still got Markram as another batsman. Then Rassie van der Dussen will be the next man making his way to the crease. Whoa, that ball's moved from Matt Henry. And also meant they chose what to do correctly. And he says Dan de Castro. Yeah, this stage, we're going to have to wait and see if they do get, if they get anything more than about a 300 lead, you would say that this was the right decision for them to be batting first. And there's that one, geez, that took off. That's very well taken by Tom Blundell behind the stumps, because that easily could have raced around for their 4 buys. It's on the pad. It's going to be at least 1 leg by here, trying to cut it off. Kyle Jamieson has been able to stop it. Is it going to be 2? Yes, it is. Good running between the wickets from the Proteas, and now they move up to 37 for none. Currently 3 balls left of this over of Matt Henry. It's been a little bit of an interesting over. We've seen a lot of swing, a lot of seam for Matt Henry, but doesn't seem to have quite found that radar that he found in the first innings as of yet. Currently, I believe Saturday is the only day we're expecting any sign of rain. Left alone once again. Blundell drops that one, but they don't manage to scamper through for the single. Erwee actually overtaking Tom Latham. They are just showing him. He hasn't got the gloves on at the moment, but he did very nicely with taking that ball behind the stumps. And also New Zealand have 4 wickets by now, putting them in. And South Africa have here lost none, choosing to bat. There's Dan de Castro there. So yeah, currently, geez, were they 4 down after 16 overs? That is not a good number that South Africa What about that's a good number though. That is 4 for a different reason, and it is going racing away to the boundary. And Erwee now moves up to 23 runs for himself off 52 deliveries. Man, Henry, he's been expensive throughout the early stages of his spell here. A little bit too straight, and Erwee just ends up hitting it to the leg side. No trouble at all. Big yawn. Once again, nicely played by Erwee. That will be the end of the over. And it is going to be 41 without loss. Okay, yes, it was the last ball. I was confused for a second. And also we have got there a super saddle and shot saddle. And there from Jacques Smith. They are currently doing very nicely. Saddle Erwee. Do I say his name correctly, by the way, boys? Do let me know. I feel like I pronounce it not quite right. Is it Erwee? Or is that just me making up the pronunciation for it? Well, the pronunciation, as I should say. I always say pronunciation and people get annoyed because I pronounce pronunciation wrong, which is one of those ones that must really annoy people. And Matt Henry in today's session not getting right today in terms of line and length. He is just missing out a little bit. Definitely hasn't found that line and length that he found, although that's the thing. In that first match, he found it almost just instantly. Was able to find where he needed to bowl it. Whereas in this match, it looks like South Africa, they're making it a little bit more tricky. They are playing and leaving for the right deliveries as well, which is helping out. And Hamish, I hope that delivery man brought you a Red Bull. Otherwise, I don't know. And there says Jackson. Also, don't forget V equals F. So it's so V equals F. And W. Erwee. And also, yeah, it's odd, but plausible. Henry feels pressure to perform now, says Dan De Castro. Definitely coming off 9 wickets. Everyone, now that he has been selected again, they would have been expecting big things from that man. Hopefully he gets some form of wickets, or else I feel like once again he will get taken out of the side. He seems to be one of those unlucky guys when it comes to selection, because we've got Bolt, who is on the sidelines at the moment waiting, and also Erwee. I pronounce the W as a V, so it's Erwee. Geez, that was close to chopping it on there for Algar, so it's Erwee. Erwee? Hopefully Erwee is the correct pronunciation. So yeah, W's are V's and V's are F's for kind of the South African. Wow, that was close. For Algar. Just ends up edging it straight onto his back leg, but luckily for him, did it end up hitting his thumbs. I don't know why the yawning has started. I think it's because it's nice and warm in here. I'm just slowly cooking myself. Well played once again. Late from Kyle Jamieson. Currently, partnership of 41 runs for Indies here, and also spot on, says Michael. And also, yeah, that is right. Oh, yes, that is right. So it's Erwee. Erwee, right. I'm going to remember that because I don't know why I say Erwee. I don't know where that pronunciation comes from. Erwee, right. That one's going to be sticking in the mind. I feel like if I mispronounce his name, please do let me know, because it will annoy me. And then that's good, because it will mean that I do fix it. That was going to be, once again, a good length delivery from Kyle Jamieson, but they're playing it extremely well currently, playing the ball late for the South African openers. New Zealand, I don't think they've got that same spring in their step that they had in the last match. And the reason for that is because they haven't been able to take those early wickets that they were able to get. That's Rachin Ravindra. What's he doing out on the field? I believe that one of the bowlers might have gone off. I don't know whether it was Matt Henry or whether it was someone else. Okay, Tim Southey actually off, right. Let's hope that that isn't injury related, or else I might be in a little bit of trouble there. Currently 41 without loss after 18 overs. Current run rate of 2.28, so it has increased in the last little while. That is after the boundary that we saw from Erwee. He was able to hit it for his second boundary. They've actually both gone with 2 boundaries so far. Jamieson bowling 5 overs, going for the 8 runs. Quite a few people in attendance at Hagley. Else you have no chance of getting Erwee right It's okay. It's like trying to pronounce Japanese perfectly. And there it says, so that's wise one, but it's not wise one, is it? It's wise one, I hope. Unless it's South African, does that mean that it changes, or is it still wise one? I feel like I'm overthinking now, which is not good. So when I overthink, I feel like I think way too in depth. But currently, sitting 18 overs into this game, we've still got another 43 minutes left. Bouncing very nicely for Matt Henry, actually going over the wicket now. And also Airfair for a Kiwi accent. Airfair, Michael Airfair. Wait, so is that how Erwee said Airfair? Now I'm confused. Now I'm very confused. But they are just showing the way that Matt Henry was able to pick up the wickets in the first test match. That one swung nicely once again. It was close to the off stump, but Erwee leaving it not too badly and also closer in there. It's Airfair. Yeah, look at it. Right. I think I still have some work to do, don't I? I'll probably look up the pronunciation like during my next break. And W equals F and W equals V. So it's Erwee, or if yeah, it is Afrikaans. It's almost impossible for you. And this is wise one. Erwee. Do you guys prefer if I call him Erwee or Airfair? Airfair. It's going to be the biggest test for myself throughout this test match, I think. Short ball, close starting onto his stumps there for Erwee, but does he end up getting it away? And the first one, okay, I will call him Erwee. Another one, and you say it's your way, please. And this is wise one. So yeah, it was Erwee who was able to hit it to the boundary. It was an awkward chop-on shot, almost into the stumps. Just misses the off stump and does end up bouncing over the top of Blundell, smacking it into the ground. And Erwee now, he moves up to 27 runs for himself. This is a very good start to the match. And Matt Henry, he's disappointed. He's dropping his shoulders a little bit. He's got to keep that posture, though. He's got to make sure that he doesn't give up early on in this one, because a wicket could be just around the corner. And also we enjoy Wagner and Labuschagne, etc. in there. Says wise one. Oh, because I guess, would it actually be Neil Wagner? Wagner, I guess. And also Labuschagne, I believe he prefers it pronounced like that. But then if you look at the pronunciation in South African, it's actually Labuschagne, isn't it? Or something similar. I feel like I still don't quite say it completely correct. It's going to be out to deep square leg. And that is going to be just the single there once again. And also, Lo, you're doing fine. We tend to butcher Maori names as well. You're allowed to lots of leeway with Afrikaans, says Michael there. And also, we really don't mind, says Gareth there. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. The way that I actually learned how to say the South African rugby names is a bit of a, I guess you could say, a funny story, but it makes sense in some ways. And pretty much the way that I did it was I was talking to a South African guy. Some of you might know him, the rugby guru. And I was like, yep, perfect on Labuschagne. There, says wise one. But yeah, pretty much I asked him, how would I pronounce these names with a Kiwi accent? So like if we were looking through and maybe it was someone like Nokia, which is definitely not spelt like Nokia for like kind of the way that it's written, but I pretty much would just write it like it was a Kiwi name, and then from there use that as my pronunciation, and then just add a little bit of a tongue roll or something in there, like, or just try and make it sound a little bit more South African. And it actually kind of ended up working for a majority of the names. And I think that is why someone like a Van der Westhuizen or someone like that probably works better. Burger Orendale, something like that, and you need to hear it real time. And then there says wise one there. And wait, what are you all doing up? It's 1 a.m. Says Gareth, they're all tuning in for some test match cricket. Gotta love it. And at the moment, the South Africans, they're doing very nicely. I can understand why people ended up going to bed early in that first test match, because when they were sitting at this stage, they were about 4 or 5 down, and everyone went, yeah, I think sleep's a good option. But at the moment, sitting 46 for none near South Africa, 2.38 run rate, and it seems like they will be able to go on, close out this session, maybe only losing the 1 wicket or so currently. But New Zealand came into this match as favourites. South Africa, they are fighting back like the competitive side that they are. Jamieson once again will be bowling. No run taken for that forward defensive once again. So I guess the big question, these two batsmen, are both of them getting 50? Is one of them getting 50? And if they do have one of them getting 50, who do you think it will be who ends up bringing it up? Elgar at the moment, though, he's sitting on double figures for the first time in this series. And I believe Erwee, how many runs did he get in the first game? I don't think it was a huge amount, but it was a little bit more. And then we did see from the captain, Elgar, why Black Caps every time introduced Neil Wagner so late, why he hasn't bowled a single over that's going down the ground. Brilliant shot. And that is going to be 4 more runs for Erwee. Now moves up on to 32, and Jamieson a bit disappointed with that one, but currently great batting from the South Africans. That is actually the 50-run partnership. Well batted. Nice shot along the ground. Okay. Like they're saying, it's actually the first 50-run partnership that South Africa have had from their openers in quite some time, which is always very nice to see for them. And currently, it is working very nicely for these two. It's the opening partnership, 50 from 118 balls, and that's why we love New Zealanders, or love New Zealanders the best. We get each other's names wrong. We never mind as well. It's about the love of the game, be it cricket or rugby, says Michael. Exactly right. Like, that's the thing. I think the thing that helped me so much with the pronunciation, I always say pronunciation, but I think that's wrong as well, isn't it? But yeah, the thing that helped me so much was those live streams that I was doing for the Curry Cup or the URC at like random hours of the night. We're talking like probably 5 a.m., 6 a.m., like random hour games. And it was just a few of you guys were literally in the chat, and like you just helped me with all of the kind of names and everything like that. And I think that's where it's come from, which is why I love like doing these live streams, because like the community that we've got are always so positive, rather than like kind of having like everyone just so angry. Hello. Currently 52 for none.
South Africa.
Yep, they won the toss. They decided they wanted to bat.
Cool.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Right. Carry on.
Was there a massive parcel at the back door?
Yes.
Massive box?
Yes.
Yeah. That's my stuff. And I was like, well done, Proteas, way to go. And this says Jackson, also we have got their cricket question. Why haven't we heard about reverse swing since Sandpaper Gate? And there says Gareth there. And Walls thought you says Gareth there, and don't go there. Yes, good question, yeah. And there says Jacks. Yeah, not a huge amount of reverse swing. I don't think we have seen lately. That's going to be an awkward one. I think Jimmy Anderson is the king of reverse swing. Like when it comes to it, there's a little bit of a limp there. Who was that? I think it was Devon Gomez, and also that player with all the zinc on his face. And there says Novmum. What type of chips are those? They look all right. I wouldn't mind some chips at the cricket. I feel like that's a good way to go. Hello.
The genuine swing bowlers will get the ball to swing.
Yes. So prediction.
But it swings a lot easier if you rough it up with a bit of sandpaper.
Does. South Africa, how many you thinking first innings total?
332.
332. Okay. Yeah, first, he did actually completely nailed the prediction when it came to when Kyle Jamieson was going to pick up a wicket with the Black Cats. Literally almost the exact ball. He went the over, and it was just completely correct. I was at that player with all the zinc on his face. Oh, that's hit him right in the place where you don't want to be hit, and he's going to be down for a little bit of time, Erwee, while he does try and regather his breath and also get some feeling back in the lower limbs of his body. And try not to throw up. All right, like 20.3 overs down. Oh, yeah, that's about as square on as you can get. But that one dropped to a knee, went, geez, that didn't feel too great. And also, England did not bat long enough for the Aussies to start sandpapering the ball. Yes, Papa Hamish. And there says Gareth there. He is happy with the 332 run prediction. They're going to have to run a man out there. The worst thing is the man has to run out there. Like, what's he going to be able to do? Like, he can give him a drink, which might help him out a little bit. He's just going to try and run it off. Did I just hear on the stump mic the guy say, usually you rub them? I feel like the stump mic being on at this point in time, they shouldn't have it on. Just because, like, he surely doesn't want to have the conversation about his balls in front of everyone listening. But he gave them a bit of a rejiggle. And now he looks like he's going to be ready to go. I'm in the cafe in the middle of Rotorua with about 7 people watching your stream, all cricket fans. Can you please say hi, says David. So welcome, everyone, in Rotorua. I hope you guys are doing well. Is it as warm there as it is here, David? Currently sitting 16 degrees. I've just realised the timing of that. I've just mentioned about Erwee's balls. And everyone's listening. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. That's going to be a single once again out through cover. And Erwee moves up to 35, gets himself off the marker now, mate. Are we just hard-working tradesmen? And there says Gareth. Currently now 2.61. And also nice dance by Erwee, Hamish. And that's the thing. No one knows what to do when you get smacked there. As much as you'd like to say, oh, yeah, just walk it off. Just walk it off. Should be right. Like, it's never quite that simple. You feel like you want to, like, I guess you do want to dance in some regards. You want to reshuffle, I guess. It's a weird one to say, isn't it? Currently 20.5 overs down, 55 for none. Currently here for South Africa and building a very good start to this match themselves in the first innings. They have already got more than half of the runs that they did have for their first innings of the last match. They did get bowled out for 95 in that last one. Matt Henry now, he was one of the main reasons that they did get bowled out, I should say. And also, Saddle is packing as he needed a bit of a dance. That's his character. That is the end of the over. 21 overs down, 55 for none now for South Africa. And looks good for South Africa. Really hope Erwee can cement his place up front and also walk it off all the way to the hospital, says Michael. But I guess it's that other side of it. If you get to the hospital, what do you say? Like, you're going to have to sign in at reception. I feel like that must be the most awkward conversation you can have. What happened? Well, I was playing cricket and a ball smacked me in the abdominal region, I guess would be the best way of saying it. And now I feel like throwing up. And then they'll be like, say no more. I'll write that down and we'll get you over there for something. And also, we'll say, go wicketless in this session or not. Your prediction says coding. My prediction originally, I did say 1 wicket. And I think with 30 minutes left, I'm still going to stick with 1. I think there'll be a very good ball soon. That just maybe a little bit of unluckiness will come the way of South Africa. I know that they were very unlucky in that first innings of the last match in terms of everything just went straight to the Kiwis' hands pretty much an average. There from Jacques there. So I hope so too. He's been working hard for years, says Gareth. So yeah, hopefully Erwee can somehow secure himself a spot as an opener. Who else have they got as opening options if they were to get rid of these two? Although they won't get rid of the captain, of course, but if these two, such as an injury or something, popped up, who's the next guy who I should be looking out for in the South African cricket scene? Let me know. But currently, New Zealand to win this match, paying $1.95. South Africa to win is $2.90, and the draw is paying $4.25 currently at this point in time. Of course, everything can change in an instant in a game of cricket. And currently, New Zealand, they will be trying to get their breakthrough. Bet you it wouldn't be the strongest story ever told at reception, says Michael. Yeah, I feel like you're not going to be able to say it completely like full of confidence. Because if you do, like, I mean, you would have big somethings, but that would be because they're swollen. But it wouldn't be a fun conversation to have. Probably better off doing it over the phone. But then they'll come up and they'll be like, yeah, You're the guy who got smacked in the balls, and you'd be like, yes, can I just please sit down? Or you probably wouldn't be able to sit down. You probably have to stand up. We're talking about them quite a bit here. Hopefully Erwee's feeling all right at this point in time. But Algar's sitting on 19 not out of 61 deliveries. Well played once again. Going to ride him behind it and also chucking down under. Said, hey, Mish, how are you, mate? I'm doing very well, thank you, mate. Excited. We've got a big weekend of rugby, big weekend of cricket. We've got the test match every day, 5 games of Super Rugby, 3 games of the Six Nations, 2 games of the URC, and also maybe something else depending on how it goes. Oh, and also while I'm at it, I should mention it's Norm Maxwell's birthday very soon on the 5th of March. And some of you guys will know Norm Maxwell, ex-All Black, have had him on the channel before. He's actually going to come on for a Q&A video on his birthday, but we are going to slightly pre-record it. So anyone who does have any questions that you do want to ask an ex-All Black, be sure to put them on one of the rugby live streams a little bit later on, and I will be marking them, and we will be asking them a few betters coming back nicely. He's trucking down. Thank you very much, mate. I think the best way to do it is to try and hide the fact that it's not really growing on this side. Like this side doesn't grow. That's like a bare patch. If I go this way, it looks slightly better. Looks a bit rough on the camera, but I think the exposure is looking weird. And next time I see him, I'll let him know our YouTube channel spoke about his balls. Says Gareth, I think that takes any chance of a collaboration out of the picture, doesn't it? For us and Erwee. That's going to be the end of the 22nd over now and 55 for none here for the South Africans. And also the Auckland versus Central Stags final live on Spark Sport at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Says Shane, yeah, all of the things are overlapping, aren't they? Shane's pretty rough. And also would like to see Milan and Rickleton to make their way into the team, also knocking hard on the door. Says Jacques. It would be nice to see. Oh, that's the thing. I love seeing like young up-and-coming players making their way through. Speaking of young, this man, I guess you could say, is almost the complete opposite. And Colin de Gronholm, he is going to be having his first bowl of the day. We haven't actually seen Neil Wagner yet either, but I believe that he won't be a mile off getting the opportunity. But de Gronholm, I feel like he could actually be the man who gets the breakthrough wicket because he bowls slightly slower, which then makes you think, okay, because it's slower, I can get away with playing a few more, like, I guess, not crazy shots, but just a few more aggressive shots. And then you find the outside edge straight to the slip corner. So de Gronholm, he could be the key here for the Warriors game, 4:30 p.m. as well tomorrow. Is Shane, yeah, so that will be overlapping with Fiji and Droa when they do take on the Brumbies, I believe it is. They've got right on the money straight away for Colin de Gronholm, and don't worry about that, mate. It will get there. Says trucking down under. Yeah, as soon as my beard gets, that's the thing. Anytime my beard almost gets decent, I always end up shaving it off for some sort of forfeit. Like the mustache at the moment, the mustache is getting quite long. And I'm trying to work out a good forfeit in terms of I need something. Geez, that was a good ball from de Gronholm. Yeah, I need something that's like a huge upset. If it happens, I have to get rid of the mustache or something along those lines. So maybe it's something like if the Warriors win the NRL, probably pretty safe, that mustache. Maybe even make the top 8 would be a mustache one. And Gareth, my money would be on France, I think, for that one. And can Scotland beat France for trucking there? Yeah, it's going to be a good game. Middle of the night one here in New Zealand. I believe it is going to be at 3:15 a.m. We will be covering it on the channel, though, followed by 8 more hours of test match cricket and also England versus Wales later on in the night. But yeah, it's going to be a good game. Scotland, their best chance to beat France is when they're at Murrayfield. But to beat France anywhere currently seems like it's going to be a very tough task. But if they do somehow end up winning it, then that will actually really help out Ireland in their chances of being able to win the Six Nations. Same with England, who are still trying to keep their hopes alive. And Highlanders to beat the Crusaders and the Hurricanes to beat the Bulls or beat the Blues. Oh, so that's both underdogs. One of those games. And also openers have an unforgiving job. And there are a lot of times it's not a skill issue. It's sometimes just luck of the draw, and they are exposed to the opposition's premier bowlers when they are there, or when they are at their freshest. That's a nice cover drive there from Erwee. That will be another 4 runs. He turns his back to it, says that that's making it to the boundary. Now moves up onto 39, getting closer and closer to the half-century. Beard, not Wales, second row. And there, says Gareth. because I know that there's a few injuries at the moment in the Six Nations, isn't there? Players being released, players injured, players. I don't think we had too many suspensions, which is always good. You don't normally like to see it as injuries or getting taken out. In fact, I'll say you don't normally like to see it as injuries either. You just want to see people be able to play without getting themselves injured. Because as soon as you get injured, that's when the problems start. Great ball from Colin DeGrano and round the wicket, changed the angle, and that is going to be now the end of the 23rd over, 59 without loss here for South Africa, still continuing to build between these two openers. Maybe a 100-run partnership could be just around the corner. And also Caleb has said, hey, man, I don't know a ton about cricket. And yeah, there's no worries at all. Hopefully, I can kind of explain it in a way that isn't too strange, I guess, or not really too strange, but too complicated. So who's looking good here? At the moment, I would say South Africa are very much so looking great in this first opening spell of this test match, because in the last match, they were all out for 95, which is one of the lowest totals in New Zealand that they have had, and now they are sitting 59 for none, which is very good. So hopefully they can keep on building, and they do end up batting long in this test match and 55 for none. I'm also being soon, probably, I would think, with the fact that South Africa are sitting very nicely currently at this point in time. See, India woman had a win. I did see that. New Zealand, unfortunately, just letting the foot off the gas for that last one. I think they still got 150, didn't they? But they did end up losing to the Indian women's side. Nicely bowled by Neil Wagner. It's going to be good there. Going through the gap, though. And give me a Springbok versus All Black Derby. Always make for massive gains regardless of the results, says Michael. Exactly right. Like, that's the thing. There's just something about when those two sides play. It just, like, brings out the best in both of them as well. It's always a close game. So, like, the two that we saw recently, only 2 points difference between both of those two teams. And then also, I do see that New Zealand versus Australia, the Bledisloe Cup has actually been shortened to 2 games rather than 3 from now on. And I agree 100% with you. That is why this partnership is so good to see. I am not too worried about Elgar scoring slow. He must keep the side or one side alive. And there says Jackson, also very, very true. Always epic matches, and I bet on New Zealand. Should I take money out? Says Caleb. How much were they paying, Caleb? Because I assume if you bet on New Zealand early on, they would have been paying a lot less than you're sitting at the moment. And I guess it depends on how much you put on them as well there. But do let me know. But currently 23.2 overs. Nicely played. So the stat that does benefit you is going to be the fact that only once in about 20-something years, the team that's batted first has been able to win at this ground. So that is another one. Watch Jared Kimber's video about the current pace domination in cricket on YouTube and any other great cricket deep dive. And there says Gareth, and also as weather looking good for the 5 days, I believe 50% chance of rain tomorrow. Other than that, we're all clear. Overcast days, which are going to lead to a lot of swing possibly available. Is it looking pretty lopsided, says Caleb? It's not too bad. We're still very early on. We've still got, that's the thing, we've had 23.4 overs. So to put that into, I guess, perspective, we've had about 1/17 of this match. We've still got plenty more time that a lot can happen. We could see some quick wickets falling for South Africa. We could see New Zealand end up giving away quite a few runs, but we have to wait and see, of course. That is the beauty of Test match cricket. You never know who's going to be winning it until we get to day 5 a little bit later on. And you bring the flash, we bring the bash. There says Michael be coming up to lunch. Nice shot once again from Erwee. And now moves up on to 43 runs. He's batting very well in this match. I'm giving him a clap as well with that shot. Currently 23.4 overs down and 62. And how much longer will this match go for, says Caleb? So pretty much your money won't be either lost or won theoretically for another 4 days. This game will be finishing on the day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. It will be finishing on the 1st of March, this matchup, if it runs as long as it theoretically should. Although there is a chance that it could end early depending on who ends up getting the better. Oh, well, says Caleb. Yeah, it's a long game, and they're in it for the long haul. 90 overs a day, 450 balls. And in total, they'll be having 2,700 balls bowled. Very long time. And currently they have only had 100 of those balls, or somewhere around there, maybe about 150 Liz and also Hamish, do you think as New Zealand bowlers bowl poorly or South African batters very good? I feel like we do need to give South Africa the credit here for the way that they have batted. They lasted that early little bit of an onslaught from Tim Southee with the way the ball was swinging. Now they're really just getting to start to play the way that they want to. Caleb, where are you from? And there says, tracking down, I meant to ask, is Latham and you, are you son or relatives of Rod Latham or Young from the 90s? I think Rod Latham's Tom Latham's dad, I believe. And then not sure about Young, though, whether or not he is related to the older Young. And also not watching, but South African batsman at over 85% con as well in there, says Gareth. Currently 2.79 or 2.73, in fact it is. Oh, de Gronholm didn't throw that ball, or bowl that ball, I should say. It's a dead ball there. Gonna have to scratch my eye. It's quite nice here in New Zealand. The beard's looking a bit rough under there, isn't it? But luckily that part I don't normally show off too much. Overall, currently 12:42 p.m. here in New Zealand, and it's currently a very nice day. In fact, I think we're sunnier here than it is in Christchurch at this point in time. Anyone wondering where I am in the country? I am about 3 hours south of where this game has taken place. So we're a little bit away, but I can kind of tell you when the rain's hitting here. So when it might hit there a little bit later on in the evening as well. One moment. So we have got there. What time are you going live tonight? Have you seen the NRL live? Or I assume that's what time are you going live tonight for that correction. But I think, what do we got? We got 7:05, so we'll probably be starting at maybe around either 6:45 or somewhere around there. And was that a Manscaped 4.0 advert? This is Gareth, nicely whipped to the league side once again. It is just going to be kept to the single there. But yeah, so I would say somewhere around that, maybe 6:50, 6:45, somewhere around that mark. And then also for the NRL, I haven't actually been able to watch any of the replays of the Australian matchups. We do actually have the New Zealand game available here in New Zealand to watch the full match replay, but only the highlights are available for the Australian games. Unless, are they on KO? Shane, do let me know. It'll be too league-side-ish. A little bit of a yes-no there, but they do still get through for the single once again there. Apparently South Africa, 68 for none. Very good start to this matchup. Currently only 5 more overs left of this session, I believe. That's the thing. I don't think I've seen a session recently where we have got through the full amount of overs available for them. Currently, this one's going to be very close. Big yawn. Well played. Straight to the man at mid-wicket, though. That will end the 68th, or sorry, that will end the 25th over 68 for none now. And I've been watching them in Sky Sport 4. So it says, Shane, because I know that they are on live on Sky Sport, but I don't think we can see the replay of those ones. I'm going to check KO. So actually, I do have access to KO if I have a VPN on. So I will see whether or not we have got them as well. And an SJ we trust. And there it says Gareth. What am I looking up? KO Sports. That's the one that we're after. No, not Leo. KO Sports. There we go. And also I've watched them on Sky Sport 4. But I do know that we've got another round of sports in terms of the NRL, Six Nations, Super Rugby, everything all taking place here. Coming up very soon, but that's going to be a nice shot once again there from Erwee, who now moves up onto 45 runs. Might be able to bring up the 50 before the end of this first session of the day. And also NRL women's start this weekend, says Shane Hayes. How many teams are in the women's one, Shane? Is it the same as the men's, or is it a few less teams? Do let me know. Currently, my coverage for KO does not want to load. Maybe because I am from New Zealand and they're like, you're not in Australia, mate. I feel like that is a message that would actually pop up on KO's website. Just, you're not from Australia, and then you got to have the mate in there as well. Down to deep, fine leg. just a single. And Erwee 5 away. Elgar currently sitting on 24. He's been a little bit slower for the build-up, but he is still out there, and that is the main thing. As long as these two can keep on building their partnership, one sport I wish we could watch here is Aussie Rules, says Gareth. It's an interesting one, Aussie Rules. Like, as soon as you understand, I guess, the rules of it, it's a new type of sport, I guess you could say, compared to some of the ones that you see. Like, there's a lot of stuff off the ball that happens. Like, if you want to go over and just start shoving someone, normally, as long as you do it legally, you can. You know, you're just like, I don't like him, so I'm going to go over and I'm just going to shove him, give him a little push. And then from there later on, he absolutely smacks you. Not literally smacks you, but more of just puts in a big hit on you. Like, I saw there's a player in the Aussie Rules in semi-pro in Australia who got suspended for 2 weeks for having a drink of someone's beer while playing. You know, so it's just a free-for-all, although to be fair, he did get suspended for that action. But yeah, a man ran on the field with a beer, so he was just like, cheers, had a drink, and now he's lost his next 2 weeks of playing, unfortunately. Currently 70 for none here for South Africa. They could be close to 90 runs of this first session, depending on how these last couple overs go. Wagner now once again charging in. Nice shot through the gap once again, and this is going to be at least the 2 runs. I do get the 2 for it. And now Erwee moves up to 47. Okay, he's getting closer. He's currently sitting on 81 deliveries faced. Should be able to bring up the half century before the break, but it's more of a question of, can he keep that composure that he had so much of? We got the first 81 deliveries he has faced. Neil Wagner, does he give him a short one? I feel like even though he could end up pulling it away, Wagner sometimes likes to go short just for a bit of aggression. Short ball over the top of his head. That's going to be the end of the over now. And it is going to be 72 for none. I would have loved to have been at Islanders game tonight. Yeah, it is a shame that they aren't able to have a crowd for it, because I feel like the thing that makes Super Rugby, it's not just the way that the teams play, but also that crowd being there for those matches is always just absolutely awesome. And it is always a shame when we don't get to see it take place, just because, like, it's just not the same. Like the zoo at the moment, that would certainly be, I guess that's the thing though. Like, I don't know whether or not we're going to actually get any crowds this year for Super Rugby, sadly. And that is a lot of the revenue for the competition gone. And their rules, it's like ice hockey mix, basketball mix, US football mix, bar fight, beautiful sport. Some Aussie was asked, what's worse than finding a croc? And he said, mate, I'll make it a sport. And here's Gareth. And yeah, it's interesting. Like some of the catches that you see, like in that, how you like use someone else's shoulder as your jumping pad is just insane. Like the height that some of those guys get. Oh, bit of extra pop there. They do take the quick single, and they do get through for it as well. Nicely run. And Erwee now back on strike. How come they have people at the cricket, says Shane? I believe the reasoning behind it is they must have different entrances that they can use. And also because it's outdoors, I guess you can have them spaced out a lot more type thing. So I think they would have had to be like kind of 100 per entrance and also well and truly spaced out like between groups. I think is the only way that they can get away with it. But because Forsyth Bar's an indoor stadium, I think it makes it a little bit more tricky. But then saying that, Queenstown, they weren't allowed people at the ground, or maybe they just chose not to have people watching the game. So it's a tricky one in terms of what is and isn't allowed to take place at the moment. I know that the Netherlands, for those games, I would think that they aren't allowed a huge crowd. Is that a no ball? Yes, it is, from Colin de Gronholm. And I always say it, a man who bowls 120k shouldn't be bowling no balls, because it's just not going to benefit you at all in terms of making that little tiny, it's that much as the difference between you getting a no ball and not having a no ball. Nicely played. Once again, I'm behind it for Erwee. Imagine if that was the ball that you finally get that breakthrough wicket, and then it's the one that's the no ball. Are you doing Crusaders game? We are indeed. It is going to be at 7:05 p.m. that game has taken place. We will be finishing our day of the test match at about 6 to 6:30, and then we will be popping straight over for our next one, which is going to be Crusaders taking on the Highlanders, who has the Women's World Cup. Is that Spark Sport? I believe Spark Sport have it, but then also the TAB more than likely will have the rights to it as well. Or now I think about it, do they have it on Sky? Sky might actually, I don't know, Sky might also have it. Although normally they don't share it, do they? They're kind of like, if we've got it, we're not giving it to anyone else. Another big yawn. Slow ball there from De Grono. Hit to the leg side. At the moment, Erwee is sitting on 47 runs and Sky have it in the UK. And if you fancy to win that game, I think Crusaders by 20 with 9 All Blacks starting, says Jack. Yeah, they've certainly got a strong side coming into this game. Oh, I'm going to say the thing is Crusaders should win, but it's a home game for the Highlanders. But the thing that normally makes a home game so effective is the crowd that you have in attendance for it. So I'll say I won't go Crusaders by 20, but I'll say Crusaders by 10. I'll go a little bit closer. Just because the Highlanders, I'd like to think there'd be some fight. And Sky TV know how to make a buck, don't they, says Dale the Mod. They do indeed. I see that the Super Rugby competition, they've got their own website for places that don't have access to Super Rugby, and it's like £50 or something for a season pass or something like that. That's a nice shot once again, but fielded nicely at short cover. Might have hurt the fingers a little bit there for Tim Southey, who's back out on the field, and trucking Elgar out to Wagner, 29th. Let's live it up. And there says Gareth. Oh, okay, so 2 overs to go. See whether or not it is going to be correct. And all teams are returning home, says Shane there. So that will be in the 3rd round, isn't it? That we do get to see all the teams getting back to their home grounds. Maybe, depending on how the situation is going, because already we're seeing Moana Pacifica being taken out of their first 2 games. But currently South Africa, to win this game, is paying $2.80. New Zealand to win this game is sitting there at $2.20. The UK isn't showing Super Rugby, says Jack. Do they have it on their website? The Sansa Super Rugby one. SuperRugby.tv or Sansa.tv, I think it's something that they've launched. Islanders are staying home. And there says Shane. So, yeah, I guess it's going to be interesting. See how it does end up going for whether or not all the rounds will be able to take place. Like, definitely when we get to Australia versus New Zealand. Short ball from Wagner once again. Has been left alone by Dean Elgar, who has been batting very nicely. 25 runs, but the current partnership sitting on 74 without a loss of a wicket. Currently, very good start to this match for the South Africans, who are almost becoming favourites as we move a little bit further through this matchup, because a lead of around 100 is huge. So that is more than they had in their last innings. And if they've only lost 1 wicket for the 100 runs or so, like, they're going to be in a very good position to keep on going, left alone there by Wagner. This will be a good test for the New Zealand bowlers. They've got England in the near future, only a couple months away. And are you having a sleep before the game? Are you look shattered as well? Says Jack there. I think the exposure on the camera is looking a little bit wonky. There we go. I've updated it once again. Thank you very much, Sharks. The thing is, like, it's literally my mouse. If it's sitting here, it doesn't update the scoreboard. If it's sitting here, it does. So if I accidentally go, then it stops updating. Like, I don't know why it does it, but it just does it to annoy me, I think. But yeah, we have actually, wait, I was using the scoreboard to guess. And there says Gareth. So yeah, at this stage we are sitting currently 74 for none at this point in time. But yeah, I did end up sleeping last night, so we won't actually have any sleep in between there, but we will be doing the game tomorrow. Or actually tonight, it will be between the Reds and the Waratahs. So whether or not I'm completely awake will depend on whether we do Leicester versus Lions. As the yawn's giving it away. Another camera quality, says Jack Lewis there. Yeah, I think this light just absolutely... Oh. Is that going to make it brighter? No, not really. I do have to have that light on me to have it. And I was like, oh, well, 29 it is. And there says Gareth. But yeah, pretty much we have got a lot of live streams this weekend. Random hour of the night, Six Nations and all sorts that are going to be coming up. So depending on whether or not I am wide awake will depend on whether we do the URC Lions versus Leinster tomorrow morning. If not, we might have to end up missing it, sadly, just with the Test match cricket. But after the Test match cricket is over, we will be doing all those random hour games of the morning also. But 74 for none currently. Wagner going to be bowling. Another 2 balls of this over. What's good as well? And it says, Kyle, welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. And also, we've got the associated here. I feel like I'm going to say this name badly, aren't I? Is it Tugamala? Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Passed away, another Pacifica player. Gone early. RIP. And there says David the Mond. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. It's always rough. Like, it's kind of, I want to say it's same like when you used to watch WWE and whatnot. How, like, it always used to be, like, you'd see a lot of players or wrestlers, like, passing away way earlier than you thought that they should have. And completely different circumstances, of course, because the wrestlers, normally something else was involved in the kind of early ones. But, yeah, another player gone very sadly. And also, hi, everyone, please leave a like more. And also, all like more watching than likes as well. Do the right thing. And also, Blues game is tonight or tomorrow. Blues play tomorrow night. Highlanders versus Crusaders tonight. I saw the Warriors beat the Storm. I did see that as well. And I said before that game, the best chance that the Warriors have to beat the Storm is in preseason. And I think I'm still going to be sticking with that because it's going to be a tricky one for them to be able to really, I guess that's the thing. They've got a good side, the Warriors. They just need to make sure that they keep on putting it together and find that big replacement for Roger Tuivasa-Sheck. Now, he's going to be playing for the Blues. He's actually playing 12 this upcoming game. Nicely bowled once again from Colin de Grano, and also that's going to be a good game, exactly right. It's kind of a South Island derby and a North Island derby, both happening in the same weekend. Doesn't get much better than that, but currently only 2 minutes left of this session I've just learned. The fact we are actually sitting here for, actually only sitting 2 minutes away. That session's flown by. Definitely the second half of it is just gone. All of a sudden, once again, nice and solid behind the ball for Erwee. And also your commentary is welcome here in Bangkok, says NZ Master. Welcome into Lightroom. What time is it in Thailand at the moment? Do let me know. Currently 28.2 over. So they're actually only going to be 1 over behind here for the Kiwis, which is decent. You always want to make sure you're getting somewhere close to the overs that you need to complete. A little bit of wind in the background by the looks of it. Nice shot there from Erwee. And now he is going to be able to get himself the 2 runs. He's sitting on 49 now. Just needs one more run in the last 3 balls of this over to be able to bring up that 50. Roger Tuivasa-Sheck, don't know how I feel. He should be at 15. And also 6:59 a.m. Geez, early morning start for yourself there. But yeah, I hope you are doing well. Yeah, because Roger Tuivasa-Sheck, actually, now that I think about it, he's up against Julian Savia at number 12. That's going to be a big battle and a big challenge for him straight away. It's uppish. It's going to be going away. And Erwee picks up the half century now. Ball's going to be racing close to the boundary. It does make it as well. So now moving up to 53 of 92 deliveries. And Erwee does bring up the 50. Very well batted. That clapping was a little bit louder at the end. Do apologise for that. But the run rate has gone up to almost 2.8. And with the mighty GM, Erwee has been able to bring up the half century. Very well batted from him. The end, he did have a total of 7 fours in that build-up. He's playing the ball very nicely. And he does end up getting himself the half century. Can he go on to get himself the century? Probably the big question. And he has got another session to be able to do it later on. As long as he doesn't go out on this last ball. What up with Bowden Barrett? Is he in the Blues this year? He is. Although I think he is the same as a few of the other players, how they have to have 1 or 2 more weeks off before they're allowed to play again for some reason. Same with maybe someone like a Dane Coles. I don't think he's allowed to come back just as of yet. Who else have we got? Richie Moonga is another player who seems to have a little bit more time left that he isn't playing. I don't know why that is, but that seems to be just the system that they have got at the moment. But that will be the end of the first session. And it is going to be 80 for none now for South Africa after the first one. I haven't heard much about his since the injury back in November. And they're a good amount of fours paying the bad ball. And there currently South Africa, they have got themselves off to a dream start in this match. I will quickly put a little header down the bottom back at 140 p.m. New Zealand time for session 2. There we go. We will have that scrolling across the bottom of the screen so you guys know exactly when we will be back, which is going to be at 1:40 or somewhere around there. So we've got about 35 to 40 minutes. Be sure to go grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack if you are a bit peckish, because we have got another 2 sessions of Test match cricket coming extremely soon. But thank you all very much for watching up to this point. We will leave the live stream running, so if you do want to chat amongst yourselves in the chat, feel free to. But Algar sitting on 25 of 81. Erwee recently bringing up the half century, 53 of 94. Oh, they said Erwee. Well, their pronunciation, maybe I should be calling him that. And also, this is enjoyable cricket, love it. And then says David the Modern, yeah, it is great to see South Africa bringing it to the New Zealand bowlers. And hopefully in the second session, we do see something rather similar. But yeah, we will see you all in a short moment for the next session of the day at around 1:40. But I will see you all very soon. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you are all doing well. For some reason, the camera really doesn't like something to do with today because it has once again decided to be all weird on that side. Jeez, look at that. Don't know what is up with it. I think it's maybe a ripple on the green screen or something along those lines. I hope you are all doing well. I decided to put on the jersey just because I thought that it might end up helping out a little bit in terms of maybe fixing the weirdness of the camera, but the camera is still being weird. So we'll just roll with it, I guess. Might have to shuffle this way, try and make that disappear. No, it's still going to do it. Oh, it might be because of the camera. One moment. We'll go like that. Nope. That. Not really. That. Yeah. This one. Nah. Right. Okay. Cameron's going to be misbehaving by the looks of it for this one because we're going to have this random thing up there. Don't know whether it's the shadow or I don't know what's going on there. And also some kind of alien has entered inside your room. Be careful. The timing that's unfortunate. My mum's just got home from work and she just came into lounge. Hey, Mum, would it be possible to pull that curtain? Maybe, please. The light's being weird.
I noticed that.
That help? Nah. Still being weird. It's like a weird, globe. Don't know what's up with that. We'll just roll with it. No, 80 for none. How do I move this over here more? No, it's still going to be... I don't know why it's doing it. It seems very weird how dark it is today for some reason with the camera, but nonetheless... Back into it. And it is going to be nicely with the weight of the leg side down to fine leg for just a single. It looks like I'm taking part in a horror movie at the moment. Why is it so dark? I don't know what's going on. It's very weird. What if I pull this one? What if I go like this? Oh, natural light. Natural light does not help. Almost makes it worse. That is confusing me big time. It hasn't done that before, but we will roll with it, I guess. Just for now, Jameson, once again, outside of the off stump, and that is going to be left alone also. I don't know what else to do to fix it. I'm really just trying to think, and green screen is not working well. No, it's decided it doesn't like me today. I'm going to try something. Hopefully this doesn't mess up the whole thing. I'm going to unplug my webcam. And I am still here, ladies and gentlemen. You can still hear me, but I am just seeing whether or not maybe resetting the webcam might help. If I go like this. Okay, we're currently not there, but once it is here, hopefully it is going to be working well. Has this just... Okay, that's the wrong camera. That's just literally that. Go like this. It's not fixed. Okay. I don't know what's going on. And also, yeah, it's time we start to believe again in our team. And I wonder if Erwee is an Afrikaans version of Irving or Irvine as well. I believe probably, I guess in a way it could be a mixture of both, couldn't it? What is going on with the light? I don't know why today. Oh, it could be because I'm further away from it. Normally I am closer to the green screen. That's not it. Still going to do it anyway. Right, we'll just go with it. We'll see how it goes throughout the rest of this live stream. Hopefully we can minimize. I go about there. Put that over there. Like that. I guess that'll do. We've got rid of some of the weirdness. Not a lot of it. I've got a light literally there. You guys can almost... You can see the little... part there. We'll move that away just a little bit further. Still almost see it. There we go. Right. We'll go with that. We'll pull this a little bit more. Oh, no. We won't pull that a little bit more. About there. Something like that. We'll just roll with it. Hopefully it will improve by the time we get to tonight. It just seems to be a lot darker in here than it normally is for some reason on the camera, and I don't know why, but currently 84 for none here for the South Africans. And currently just the one more ball left till we get to 30 overs, and there will be 30 overs without loss if this one does go all right for them. Currently now charging in once again, Kyle Jamieson. It's nicely played down the ground. They want the single. The batsmen collide. And it looks like they are going to be just getting the single, moving up to 85 for none now. Of this one, and also just add Twilight Zone theme music in there, says Dan Castro. Yeah, it's weird. It's very weird because it doesn't normally, normally having it back there, I thought that it was the jersey or the shirt that was really making it dark. But for some reason, I don't know how it works in terms of if I can change the saturation of a camera and everything. It just seems to be extremely weird. And Dan Castro. So I think you can change your webcam settings. I have no idea how to do it though. I assume it's just through a whole heap of buttons and whatnot, but I don't know how to use buttons for a webcam information. But these two, Elgar and also Erwee, actually just ran straight into each other. I think it was Erwee. No, Elgar wasn't happy with him, apparently there. But, I mean, he could have also avoided him. It was a little bit of it goes both ways, those two. Currently, Tim Southey charging in. Once again, well played. And currently, anyone who is I guess, a betting man or woman, the odds at the moment, $2.28 for New Zealand to win, $2.65 for South Africa to win, and $3.40 for a draw. So that's extremely even at the moment in terms of where you put your money. And you would be getting quite a good return no matter what you choose. But the reason it's so hard to pick is because it's a very close one at the moment between these three sides, or the two sides, I should say, with the three different results that are available. The rain is only supposed to be falling a little bit tomorrow. Other than that, they were all good. That's a nice shot once again there from Elgar. Whips it to the leg side. And they do just get the 2 runs. There were a lot of no's being called there. And they weren't willing to go through and try and get themselves the extra run, because the last thing they need now for South Africa is a run out. If they can get out of this session, I forgot how to speak for that one, but if they can get out of this session, they're going to be able to possibly make their way towards 150 plus lead going into the final session of the day. And that was full on ghosty. And there says Gareth, and also we've got that because 2 hours wicketless. And Dan De Castro, well, draw a big change from about 7 times, says Dan De Castro. Once again, going to be another 2 runs. And it seems like South Africa scoring for fun currently in this session 2. It's looking relatively green. Day 1 in the last test match was actually a lot greener for this one. So I assume that with a little bit less green does mean that the batting conditions should be a little bit nicer for these two sides. And that is currently what we are dealing with. Currently 30.4 overs down shot. It's a brilliant shot from Elgar. Hit down the ground, and South Africa once again get themselves a few more runs. 124 for 4. 124.4 for the speed of that one from Southey. Not troubling him at all. Dean Elgar hits it down the ground on the front foot. Just a classic on drive. And now is rewarded with another 4 runs. And closer to 50 for himself as well here. And it's more of just a punch down the ground from Elgar. Just puts the bat there. Hits it out of the middle. Nicely played late once again. And this is better from South Africa. This is almost the total that they have for the whole first innings in the last match. And they have almost got it already here up against the Black Caps. Same location as the last game at Hagley Oval. My lighting's really, whoa, I shouldn't do that because that's just done that. Right. I can't move. Oh, okay. If I put my hand up off the screen like that, it kind of takes that away. And thanks for the scoreboard, Hamish. Oh, one moment. There we go. I've updated it once again. There we go. If I go here, the scoreboard behaves itself. The lighting is terrible today. And I don't know why. I don't know whether or not it's something to do with the webcam settings. And how does one change a webcam settings? I'm not too sure. Or whether it's actually just the lighting in here is the one that's rough. What if I change up this light a little bit? I'm going to have to do some testing. If I click that, doesn't really do a lot. It literally did a whole heap of nothing. Why do I turn that down? And this one off. Okay, no, we're not doing that again. We'll just leave it as is, kind of. It's going to really annoy me, though. Right. That's the classic example of if it isn't broken, don't try and fix it, because now I've just ruined it a little bit more. It's going to be whipped to the league side. And there's 4 more runs for them. And now we have got their, Hagley's Ghost, and their runs on the board. Got to put a lot of pressure on it. Kiwi innings, exactly right. And that's the big difference. Last time, the Kiwis were able to go in batting without any worries at all. They were sitting like they only needed to chase 95. This time, they're chasing an opening partnership at 95 between these two. It's gone up to 98, and they are still continuing to go. Maybe. No, still not behaving. That's a great shot. Well fielded, though, from the Black Cats, and that would have been bringing up the 100 if that one had snuck through. That is going to be the end of yet again another cover drive from Erwee. That was a weird way of wording the fact that he's been cover driving quite a lot today, but it's been going well for him throughout it. Double-handed take there from, I believe that would have been Neil Wagner. That man just doesn't give up. No matter what the circumstances, he'll be giving it 110%. And oh, indeed, in there, says the Dad Castro. We left alone once again outside of the off stump. I'm very confused, as you guys can probably tell, by why the light. I mean, I know that that light is slightly pointing further down than normal. Maybe. Oh, if I twist this is going to all fall over, isn't it? About there. Uh-oh. One of them just fell down big time. Right, I got to tighten this quickly. Oh, they're both connected. That makes more sense. So when I untwist one, the other one also untwists. Yay. Still not fixed. And also Ectoplasm and also New Zealand captain. And there says Raj. So for this match, the captain of this game, it is Tom Latham. Williamson still out with the elbow injury. Sadly going to be missing for a little bit longer in this game. And also in the Black Caps tour, I don't think he's going to be back for the Netherlands, if I'm not wrong. But he did get picked up in the IPL. So hopefully he will be all right to take part in that competition, which will be starting up in April. But currently, New Zealand, South Africa, and the draw are all playing very similar. Big Sadale getting a 200 becomes captain. And also doesn't choose the newbie to open the bowling profit, says Gareth. And there is a nice pole shot from Erwee. He's moved up to 60 runs for himself over 102. He hasn't really been slowly building into his innings. It's more of a constant pressure that he has been able to create on the New Zealand bowlers. But 32 overs down, 97 for none. I think this live stream, in terms of, I was initially going to be doing the third session of the day as well. I'll probably end up doing the second session, and then I might have to try and work out how to fix the lighting and everything before the Super Rugby tonight. And also, we'll have to cook some food at some stage, which I realized if I did the third session, it probably wouldn't end up happening, which wouldn't be ideal. So yeah, I think we are going to be doing this session, which goes through till 3:40 p.m. And that will give me a couple hours to try and fix our technical difficulties. Because this is light grey. And it doesn't look like it at the moment. It's more of a dark grey. The camera, 21 runs for Tim Southee so far of his 8.1 overs. He's been bowling well, but hasn't been rewarded with a wicket as of yet. Coming off a fifer in the second innings for the last game up against South Africa. They just don't seem to be going anywhere, the moment, the Proteas. It'll be nicely played once again by Erwee. Oh, sorry, Erwee. Well, they called him Erwee, I believe, on the commentary. Currently, this is going to test Latham's captaincy. He's got to work out who's the man who can pick up the wicket. What do they need to do to get these two opening batsmen out, start getting into that middle order, because they've still got some very good batsmen just around the corner. Markram will be in next, and then after that, it will be Van der Dussen does get his opportunity at the middle, and they need to get him in before the end of this session, I would say, if New Zealand want a real fighting chance of being able to have any chance of getting South Africa out before the end of the first session tomorrow. So at this stage, it does seem like they are going to be batting through. But currently, the weather for tomorrow, for anyone who is wondering about what is going to be happening, it's 10 a.m., 30% chance, 50% at 11, 50% at 12, and 50% at 1 p.m. As we get a little bit later on in the afternoon, I will be able to update you on what it will be doing in 24 hours' time in Christchurch. And shame, I felt like they could have let Henry get 10 in there, says Gareth. And yeah, it was certainly a battle between those two. Nice shot down the ground once again. And Erwee will be getting himself another 4 runs, moving up to 64, and that is the 100 for South Africa. 102 for none without loss. Ooh, we'll just leave it right there. I don't know what I just... It was so promising for half a second, then this thing popped up. And it is a nice 102. Does that mean I've got to move this back a little bit? Another run, or well cut out. Just going to put down the hand. Going to stay extremely still. Tim Southey doing well to cut off that boundary opportunity once again here. It's a good shot down the ground. Or in fact, it wasn't Southey who did field it. It was Matt Henry was able to get down. Was able to cut it off. Could have easily been another boundary there for Erwee. Or in fact, it's Algar on strike now, sitting 36 off 72. I feel like I can't just stay completely still for this whole live stream, so I'm going to move and hope for the best. And also, we've got that Mulder and Scully are going to be knocking. And there says Gareth. I see play once again. They want to straight away here for South Africa, and they will receive it. This is just great batting. They've really ramped it up since coming back. I believe we've had 4 overs, and they have already got 25 runs off that. I think I was okay to move your head, says Jack Smith there. Yeah, it's weird. Like, I don't know whether it's... Oh, I've just had a thought. Could it be the fact that the bulbs are getting less bright in the lighting? Maybe they're getting older, so because of that, it does mean that they aren't lighting up as well. Maybe it could be something along those lines. But it does look almost like spooky, the way it's lit at the moment. It's like it's not well lit. It's not well lit, but certain parts of me are very bright compared to the rest of me that are very dark. Like this is actually almost a light grey. Shirt's still white. My neck's still white. Or pale, I guess, is a better way of describing the neck. Don't get much of a tan around these parts. Definitely because I'm inside a lot of the time, but that's going to be left alone by Erwee. I'd like to see him bring up his 100 in this session, and also the 50 for Algar would be a nice touch as well. But yeah, I think I will have to sort out a few of me lighting issues before we get into the final session of the day. And also Super Rugby just around the corner. We have scheduled our Highlanders versus Crusaders live stream for anyone who does want to check that out. It also looks like it's linked to your light on your right. And there says Gareth, light on my right. So that would be this one, wouldn't it? Because if I put it over there, I don't think this one's giving off as much light as it normally would. It could actually be the cable. Possibly. It did get slightly yanked yesterday. So maybe it's ended up having a shortage or like a short in a wire or something that has made it not as bright as it once was. Move that to over there. That's going to, now I moved. I jinxed it. Once again, left alone by Erwee. And also, We have got there from Marion a little bit of spam, but we got McKenzie as the last name, or maybe the last name and the middle name. All right. I'm trying to think if that is as bright as it normally is. I don't know whether it is. First 100-run partnership for South Africa away since 2012. And also it went away when you turn something off. And there says Gareth there. Like, that's the thing. My lighting experience is not a huge amount. In fact, it's probably very minimum for myself. So I'll probably end up putting a ring light in place of this one. See if that does end up helping. But they all seem quite like dim. And oh my God, Hamish, you have a presence in there. There says David. I hope not. I feel like if I did, it would be quite cool to have them on the live stream. Like, just have it sit next to me. You know, overall, just where my mum would be. Currently, run rate it's sitting at 3.12. These guys have really ramped it up in this last little moment, and something went click, and there says Gareth, did it? Whole heap of weird stuff's happening at the moment, and this man is scary. And there says Chucks. And also we have got their live in there from Depu, and I believe the best option to watch it live is Amazon Prime, depending on what country you're in. Also in the UK, it's on Sky. In New Zealand, it's on Spark Sport. In Australia, I believe it's on Stan, but I could be wrong with that statement. Currently, Markram, he will be making his way to the crease after a wicket falls, but that's if a wicket falls. At this point in time, 105 for none. Nicely in behind that ball for Erwee, and this is what we really did expect from South Africa in the first match between the two sides, I would say. Currently just a little bit longer for New Zealand to have to wait to get their first breakthrough wicket. And much better listening to you. And there says Jacques there. But yeah, it's weird. It's still weird. Because I do have a third light. So I feel like I have to get out my third light. Try and light up the room. Although, is it too bright maybe? I don't even know. It might be too bright. So it's trying to over-complicate it. I'm going to do something. I do apologize for putting my thumb on the lens. That did nothing. That didn't do what I thought. That if I just went like that, it was just going to all of a sudden magically fix it. And it didn't. See, I don't know whether it's dark in here or whether it's... I did mention about the fact that I was looking at a new webcam. I think now might almost be the time that I will have to do it, even though it's not on special currently, just so that it's here before the kind of near or come in before Super Rugby gets underway. And kind of coined and said there, you turned it off earlier. And there says Gareth, and also sending my thoughts and prayers to the people of Ukraine at this time. Says kind of coined and yeah, not an easy time at the moment there, that is for sure. Whoa, in swinger there from Southie, misses that ball though. I was looking at possibly throwing it at the stance right. The Test Championship table as we sit currently, New Zealand are sitting there in 6th. South Africa is sitting in 4th. Sri Lanka at the top. Australia in 2nd. Pakistan in 3rd. India in 5th at this current moment, and denotes point deductions in there for India. And then England also way at the bottom. And can you darken the room a bit? Says David the Mod. I think I could. I could pull this curtain. Then it does that. What if I go like that? Now I'm like very, very bright, but that might be all right for now. It's more the green screen that's acting weird. I think also. Am I too bright now? Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen. What if I turn off that one? No, that's not good. What if I turn on that one and off this one? It's confusing. We'll go with that. Hopefully that's not too bad. Another dead ball here. Currently 34.3. This current point in time. And 30 or 3.04 currently is how we are sitting. And I should be excited for our game against Italy. But I'm not really. I still got to lose into France. Says Kana Coin. And although big win over Italy, I think you'll be more excited probably for Scotland versus France, won't you? Kana Coin. Because if you do end up with Scotland pulling off that upset, Ireland are still right in it to be able to win the Six Nations. They were actually my pick from the start. Wow, that's a good ball. into the southie, just outside of the off stumper, playing a miss from Elgar. That will be close to the end of the over, but currently the West Indies, they are sitting in 8th, Bangladesh in 7th. Currently, it's actually done off points, and also not just done off points, but also actually done off the differential in percentage. And I reckon it's light hitting the green screen. And there says David the Mod, where's some random light? Oh, you might be onto something, David, because this green screen at the moment is further back than it normally would be by probably about 6 inches. Because, why was it back 6 inches? Because I moved it. And also not going to happen in France. Surely can't lose it this time, although it's at Murrayfield. Murrayfield is a beautiful place to play a bit of rugby, definitely if you are Scottish. So you never know what will be happening. But currently now, Devon Conway, or in fact, it's actually Daryl Mitchell. Will he get a bowl? I suppose it had to happen eventually. They hadn't won the Six Nations since 2010, a very long time for them to wait. Says Kana Koinen, have they not won it since 2010? That always surprises me, just with how well France are playing at the moment. Whereas, like, when you think about it, it has been such a long time for them. When was the last time Ireland won it? Kana Koinen. It's probably more recently, wasn't it? But I can't quite think of the exact year that we had the Irish winning it. I know that their games up against France are always decided by less than 10 points. And that was exactly what the case was in France recently. But Daryl Mitchell, does he get a bowl? I would actually say yes. I would bowl him because, you know, he's a different style of bowler. You got Colin de Gronholm out there. It's probably a little bit similar to Daryl Mitchell. Last one in 2018. So it went Wales last year, England. Did England win it a couple of times, or was it Wales who won it? Amongst the, I need to look up the Six Nations history, don't I? I feel like I am lacking a little bit of knowledge, but at the moment, South Africa almost taking over in terms of being the favourites of this match. New Zealand $2.55, South Africa $2.60 as we currently sit in the draw, sitting at $3.05. Currently just stretching out a little bit there. I believe it's actually Erwee at the non-striker's end. Hopefully he's all right. They don't want to have a batsman retired hurt. I feel like that would just ruin the mood a little bit for the South Africans. Are having a lot of fun at the middle currently. Oh, Jamieson hit down the ground. Another couple runs there. And he's disappointed with that one. Jamieson does it race away to the boundary. Neil Wagner cuts it off. Let's throw it back in, but they get the 3 runs themselves there. So very nicely done by South Africa once again to just keep that scoreboard ticking over. 109 runs for none at the moment they are sitting on. And I was okay, went back to back your left end, went up by the cable on your left and click the switch off. And there says Gareth. Up on the left hand side. So I believe that would have been this light for one of those two, because it's kind of like a dual light. I'm going to try and fix that. It's like a dual. I know that that's the shadow. So is that because it's not lit enough? It's kind of like a weird bubble, isn't it? But yeah, I think it is actually back further than it normally would be. Normally it's like right on my back here. So it could actually be the lights above maybe that are causing a little bit of weirdness for it. I will try and move it forward, probably in the drinks break that we will be having in half an hour's time. Be left alone once again. So I'm trying to shine it and trying to clean the little bit of weirdness off the green screen. What if I put my head here? That doesn't work. See, I think it's some sort of weird shadow thing. Elgar, sorry, can make a big score. And there says Johannes, oh, it was close to the stumps. And same with Erwee. I feel like both of these men actually do have the potential of going on to get 100 here if they do keep on batting the way that they are. Imagine South Africa being 250 for none. What if I rotate it more? It's not going to behave, is it? So now once again playing the nice single. And this is just hurting the New Zealand bowlers because they are rotating the strike very nicely. And it seems like they're calling for some drinks here for New Zealand, running out some spray or a bag of some sort. Going to have a drink of water. In fact, it was actually the South African. I'm going to go play with the kitchen lady. And they're right. If I, one moment, ladies and gentlemen, if I pull this forward to about maybe here, I think I normally have it about that close. And then if I go over this side and do the same thing, put it about there. Does that fix anything? I think if anything that made it slightly worse. Not going to work, is it? It's going to have that random big blurry thing. Where is that shadow coming from? That's a big question. I don't think the light is as bright, and it looks like an image of you. So it's the light in front of you, maybe. And there says David, although I don't actually have, I got my light there and light here. Hopefully we can sort that out before the evening. And also, Hamish is turning out to be a very hard pitch for taking wickets. Looks so flat pitch. And then they did actually take away a little bit of the grass cover that they did have. Which because of that, it does mean that it could be a little bit more challenging. Well, the bowlers, but New Zealand, they've still got some very capable men. They've got the ball in hand. Southey at the moment. They've actually gone more of a defensive field here for New Zealand, losing a couple of their fielders there. And also maybe it's Cato. And there, as I says Gareth there, Cato. Of course, Billy. Surely not. Where's he at? It does just seem weird. I want to try and adjust the wire, but I think I shouldn't do it while the light's plugged in because I think it might have been that maybe the wire got yanked yesterday and might not be as bright as it was kind of on other days. Straight through him, and that's going to be the wicket. And Elgar is gone now. Tim Southey ends up getting the wicket, and that is a wicket that New Zealand certainly needed for this innings. We'll go like this. South Africa wickets. The captain, the skipper, is the first to go there. Elgar, unfortunate. Just right on the top of the off stump. And Tim Southey picks up his man there. A massive wicket to get there for the Black Caps as well. But Elgar, he is going to be dismissed. He was still very good up to the point, though. 41 runs for himself of 101 deliveries. And now it is going to be 111 for 1 for the Proteas. And also we're going to run out, and there's Gareth for that one. Oh, he is going to be, unfortunately, dismissed there, Elgar. He was going well. I thought he was going to be able to go on and get himself the 50. But now it is going to be Markram makes his way to the crease. And with that wicket falling, I believe South Africa, they will still be relatively close to being favourites in this game. But just means that they are going to be getting into the, still in the top order. Top order? Yeah, top order. I believe it is. Still in the top order, but it just means that they do still need to get 9 more wickets to be able to give themselves a bit of an opportunity of going on and winning this game. 36.2 overs down, run rate still ticking over at more than 3. Aiden Markram now, he's got an average of 35.5. Best is 152. He would be taking that every day of the week here in these New Zealand conditions. Also, though, it's looking like a nice pitch for batting. Currently, as many runs as they can get here is a huge bonus for South Africa. But there's still plenty of time left in day one. We've got still 4 more days after this one. This will be the last session of today that we will be covering, as I am going to be trying to sort out some technical difficulties before we get into Super Rugby a little bit later on tonight at 7:05. We will be starting at 6:45. But Southie was able to get that breakthrough. Can he get another now? It's nicely played by Markram. Solid behind the ball. Ball just ended up. It came in quite nicely there for Tim Southey. Ends up bouncing right on the top of the off stump. And just ends up sending one of the bails absolutely flying. Hopefully he didn't smack into Blundell, because that wouldn't have been too comfortable for him. Has the keeper ever been cleaned up by a bail, I wonder? I assume that would have happened, like a bail shooting back and hitting the keeper. Be left alone outside of the off stump. New Zealand, that was the wicket that they needed to give them just a little bit more confidence in their bowling attack. If it wasn't Tim Southey getting it, I was almost saying maybe you give Daryl Mitchell a go. A huge amount of pressure on a Markram and maybe move screen back. And there says David the Mod. Do you think moving it further back than it was would be a good idea? There is a shadow. Is it this one's angle? Not really. It just looks like something's changed. I'm not sure what it is. Like, in terms of, like, there's a big line down there if you guys can see that. So I think it's to do with the fact that these lights aren't as bright as they normally would be. But I don't want to accidentally shock myself, so I'll probably end up trying to fix it after. And I thought you said it was a run out. 3 a.m. brain. And there says Gareth and also over there. No. Says Johannes there. Nicely played once again by Markram. End of the over. Success for New Zealand. And it's going to be 111 for 1 now for the Proteas. Currently, Tim Southey. He looks like he's taking some deep breaths at the moment. He is going to be needed very often throughout this day. Although they have got about the 6 bowling options for New Zealand. They've got Wagner, they've got de Gronholm, they've got Southey, they have got Jameson, Matt Henry, and then also in that bowling attack there is another man whose name I did not mention yet. They've got the option of Daryl Mitchell if they need him. Who haven't I mentioned? I think there's one more bowler that I didn't say. Or I might have said all of them. I think they got 5 and then Mitchell. I think I got all of them on the list. Hopefully I didn't forget any major ones. And also, South Africa doing well. Excited for Crusaders versus Highlanders. I predict the Crusaders to win. And there says Aiden. Yeah, that game is going to be... Oh, sorry, that was Nathan indeed. Currently, I mean, we're sitting only a total of 5 hours, less than 5 hours, in fact, away from that game taking place. We will be here on the channel for it. It should be a good one. Forsyth Bar always brings out the best in both of those sides because, I mean, with no wind, like, you're getting kicks from all over the place. Crocs, cross kicks, not croc kicks. That's when you kick someone when you're wearing Crocs, I think. Haven't done it before, but maybe for the future. But yeah, it's going to be that game. And then the Waratahs taking on the Reds. It's a later game in the evening, which we are also going to have on the channel. And I just hope that the lighting decides that it does want to behave itself. But currently 101 for 1 here for South Africa. Jameson from one end bowling. 133 Ks, 28 for none off his 11.2 overs. Would have loved to be able to pick up a wicket by now. Maybe we'll be just around the corner. The way that ball came in very nicely for Southey, it kind of just ended up swinging past the outside edge of the bat of Elgar and kept on continuing to move in the air. Always gets plenty of movement when it is overcast conditions, and it seems to be a little bit like that every once in a while here. Blundell at the moment. He's going to have a big role with the bat in hand as well, trying to really secure that spot in the side as the keeper. With BJ Watling retiring from international cricket, it does mean that there's a huge opportunity for a gap to be filled. But Erwee, or Erwee, I think they call them on the commentary. I'll call him Erwee for now, because or else then I will continue to probably get it wrong. Shot. Well fielded though. And they don't end up taking the single in the end. It was well fielded by Neil Wagner to take a diving stop to his left, which is a strong side. Of course, he's a left-arm bowler. He does bowl bounces when he does need to. Could be maybe, it's actually to his right there, Neil Wagner, which makes it even more impressive. The fact that it was on his weak side. But currently, anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We've got a random orb here. We don't normally have a random orb, but it's being like really weird. For some reason, it's left alone there for Erwee, and it was bouncing over the top of the stump, so no need for an LBW appeal. We haven't actually had any appeals so far in this match, I don't believe. I don't think we've had a single solid appeal. We haven't had any reviews being used up. So it's been pretty stock standard at the moment. It's just been South Africa batting very well and New Zealand trying to stop South Africa from being able to bat so well in these early stages. But there's a helicopter above. Could be Richie McCoy. He likes to fly a helicopter every once in a while. In fact, that might have been a plane. Left alone. So the stump, and that is the end of the 38th over 111 for one. It is, not none. And it is going to be the maiden for Kyle Jamieson. So I will ask the question, ladies and gentlemen. Next wicket. Who is the bowler who will be able to get it, and who will be the batsman that is dismissed? I'm going to try and get this one completely right because Gareth is very good at his predictions. I'm going to try and one-up him for it right. I'm going to go Markram is going to be out. Port, second slip. Port, second slip. Bold. Southey in the, not this over, so the next one, the 40th over, fourth ball. That'll do. You don't want to be too specific. That would be Morse on your left shoulder. There for drucking down under. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird how weird it is. Because the window's open, so I don't know whether that's affecting it, because like the wind's currently blowing it just a little bit back and forth, but it doesn't seem to be making it kind of be rattled at all. Once again, just left alone outside of the off stump. So it seems to be that South Africa are a lot more patient with the way that they have been playing in this first innings compared to the last test match, but there's still a aggression. If the ball is in the wrong spot, they are trying to hit it. Elgar, unfortunately for him, he missed that ball and just reached hope as well. Hope that South Africa can show a bit more fight in this test match, and they are already doing just that, already sitting 111 for one. Shot from Markram there. He's been able to hit it through to the boundary out coverway, and I'm going to be on the fence as well. Don't want to put a curse on my team, says Jux there. And yeah, at the moment, I mean, if it continues the way that it is, I would like to think that New Zealand, even though they've got a strong batting lineup, like scoreboard pressure is a wonderful thing when you're the team who's made the pressure on the scoreboard. If you're the team that's trying to chase scoreboard pressure, it just never quite goes that way. Even in a shorter format of T20 test match, you got a lot longer to think about it, which can normally be a bit of a downfall. But, nicely bowled, but nicely played by Markram right in behind it. I'd say anything over 350 here for South Africa is just a huge, huge bonus for them in this first innings. Voice trying to disappear. Surely not already. We're only on day one of 4 in a row that we are going to be covering for, actually, if you consider it Tuesday as well, we're going to have 5 days in a row that we're doing at least 8 hours of live streams. That's quite crazy. Nice shot. Once again. So pretty much we're going to be doing about 55 to 60 hours, I believe, of live streams over the next 5 days. So if you have got some spare time, be sure to come give us a watch. And we will just be talking about either cricket, rugby, or anything in between that will be mentioned on the channel as well. We might even have a George at some point in time if he's not working, if it does end up raining on one of the days coming up. Not good that I'm already yawning, though. I feel like that's just a reflex. Nicely played once again, Markram right on behind the ball, and that is going to be the end of the over. And it is going to be 115 for 1 now. So, Gareth, I will ask you the question, who's next wicket? Who's going to be able to be the bowler? Do let me know. Hopefully, Markram is the right prediction. Second slip, so that would be not this over, but the next over that Southie bowls. Fourth ball. I'll go with that. And also, we have got there, are you going to be getting rid of Casper? I don't know. He seems friendly enough. I mean, he's just chilling up there. I hope I can fix it before the next live stream, though. Just because I have no idea why it's kind of doing it. One moment. What if I just shine the camera? So it is something weird to do with too much light or something, but the lights are no brighter than they normally are, which is why it's quite weird. Whoa, look what I can do. Bit fancy. And also, I appreciate the hours of live stream. Every man isn't easy as well. And there says A. And yeah, at the end of the day, I just absolutely love doing them. And it always flies by when you guys are in the chat as well. For some reason, an 8-hour day can feel like 2 hours, just flying by. We've done a session and a half already. We've only actually got another hour and 15 minutes left of this session now. And that one goes straight across, and I appreciate the hours of live stream. Everyday man isn't easy. Says A, and something's moved. And there says David. I think the only thing I can think of that's moved is actually the green screen. Other than that, though, don't know. The webcam might have moved. Maybe that's it. Or maybe it's not. Don't know. It's weird. I'll try and work out how to change my webcam settings. Is that what changed in your room from pre-lunch to after lunch? Because before lunch, there was any problems. And this is Jacques. There weren't a huge amount before lunch, I don't believe. So I don't know. Maybe it's because it's gotten slightly darker or lighter outside. Is it? No, it's kind of overcast outside. So I think that might have had some sort of impact on it. And you're clever. You'll figure it out, bro. That's a lot of pressure. But hopefully I can work out what is going on with it, because it just seems to be real weird. But I mean, he's friendly overall, Casper. It seems he's standing up next to it, isn't he? Because it's down the bottom that it's kind of doing the weirdness as well. He's kind of like a giant blob, but he's our giant blob. Maybe it's the ghost of Kieran telling me, why aren't I on the live streams anymore? Do you think if I put Kieran up in the corner, it might disappear? One moment. Boom. Kieran up in the corner. If I turn this back on. So just mirrors that slowly shrinking. Very slowly shrinking. Okay, I think it stopped shrinking. And your sweater, you changed. Maybe I'll put on a Protea jersey and problem solved. There's Jacques, exactly right. Yeah, I did end up, I put on the jersey because the shirt was too bright. So I did end up putting on the jersey to try and fix it, and it seems like it's made it worse. Currently now, Jamieson bowling his final ball of this over. And then fourth ball of the next over, Tim Southee picks up the wicket of Markram. Calling it now. If it's wrong, I wouldn't be surprised. If it's right, I'd be very surprised and would be also very confused. But now Jamieson, nicely played down the ground, so he's going to have to get the strike back first. But now, the end of the 40 overs, it is going to be 116 for 1. So they're currently going at 2.9 per over. Christchurch looking like a very nice day at the moment. It's only supposed to be raining day 2, I believe, in South Africa. Better pile up as much runs as possible, because New Zealand won't show any mercy when it's their time to bat. Yeah, Latham, he'll be open for a big day. Will Young also a little bit I guess you could say, lackluster in how he played in the first test match, but he'll be able to really put on a good score here and get a good partnership going with the Canterbury boy Latham, who does hold the record for the most runs by an individual player at this ground in international cricket, which did actually bring it up recently up against Bangladesh in their second test match. Currently now, it will be Tim Southee. No, it won't. It's Matt Henry. Well, that's ruined my prediction, hasn't it? Okay, I'm going to have to change it from Tim Southee to it's going to be Matt Henry. I think he's only got one slip, so that also ruins my plan. So I'm going to say Matt Henry, fourth ball of the over, picks up the wicket, caught at first slip rather than second slip. And yeah, we'll go with that. Oh, no, they do still have a second slip. Oh, didn't quite carry the first slip there. It's a good start by Matt Henry, though. Seems like he's finding that line. The ball's just really not carrying through to the slips, though, at this point in time. 138 Ks that one was going. It just didn't quite carry all the way. It was Erwee. Do they have to move their slip cordon up, perhaps, here for the Black Caps? Quite far back, but I think they're in pretty much stock standard position. I see played. Looks like they do want the 2 runs, and they will be able to get it comfortably here. Once again, and Erwee moving closer and closer to that century, only 30 runs away now. And what would be a very awesome innings for that man. We see there genuine edge, and it just didn't quite carry. Both of them actually short by quite some margin. So what does that mean for the length that you got to bowl on the surface? Maybe the slips do need to move forward just a little bit more. Of course, it gives you a lot less time to react when that ball is going, but at least it would almost be carrying to you. Okay, they're saying that maybe Blundell's too deep with his keeping, which is why it is always bouncing to Daryl Mitchell. Nice shot. 4 more runs for Erwee. And that is now going to be moving him up to 74 runs. South Africa building up a very nice lead. Matt Henry, it's been expensive so far throughout the day. And it just seems like he is really finding the middle of the bat multiple times throughout this innings. I think he could have his 100 before the end of the session. Still another hour and 7 minutes left of this one. And then we are going to be fixing our lighting, hopefully. And then Super Rugby is just around the corner, starting at 7:05 p.m. But we will be starting at 6:45. We've got the lineups and everything that we will be going through to do with that match. Left alone outside our stump. Currently 132.5 Ks for Matt Henry. That first delivery that he whipped into was 138, which was very impressive for just first ball. He was like, you know what, I'm just going to put some extra speed on this one. See how it does end up going. Another misfield from the Black Caps, and it does lead to another single for South Africa, and that will be the end of the 41st over. Erwee will have the strike for the next over, sitting on 75 of 135 currently. Actually still ticking over at that strike rate of about 60. He's been doing that for a majority of the match so far here, Erwee. Does look like it's going to be continuing. Markram not really having too much of the strike as of late, but don't really need to. 12 overs bowled so far by New Zealand in this session. 43 runs, 1 wicket, and the run rate currently is sitting at 3.58 for just this session. So they are increasing the amount of runs that they have been able to get for the South Africans. I've just realized that my eyes with this like camera, the way that it is, it looks like my whole eyeball is pupil, or like the whole middle is just my pupil, doesn't it? Weird. It's looking like just real weird, to say the least. You can kind of see the reflection on my eyeball as well. Now Will Wagner, I almost called him, but Neil Wagner going to be bowling here once again. I would be willing to give Daryl Mitchell a go at some maybe some point before the end of this session, just to see whether or not there's any hope for his bowling in this test series, because he can bowl. Doesn't really get the opportunity, though, too often. Definitely not with the seamers that New Zealand does have available. But I would bowl him. I'd probably actually bowl him alongside maybe Southey, just to try and confuse them a little bit. One end, you got Southey just persisting with that line and length. And then at the other end, you got Daryl Mitchell, who you probably haven't really seen a whole heap of his bowling in the past. If you're South Africa, still a little bit of wind at Hagley, but nothing too strong at this current point in time. Neil Wagner now once again. It's a good length. Just play it off the back foot just for the forward defensive. Currently 123 for 1 here for South Africa, continuing to build up a very nice total for themselves in this first innings. If they can get this lead towards that 200 mark by the end of the day, maybe even higher than 200, then they will certainly have themselves as the favourites, because they are working their way towards it at this current point in time. $2.70 they are sitting at, compared to the $2.38 of the Kiwis. Neil Wagner, I don't think he's quite decided whether or not to go with the full length or whether to go with the short stuff as of yet. They don't really have the field set for the short bowling. If they were going to try out a bit more of it around the chin, I think that Markram will probably end up getting the short stuff before Erwee does, because Erwee currently been playing very nicely. They got the field set as if he is bowling pitched up outside of the off stump. That is exactly what he has tried there, Neil Wagner, but once again left alone by Erwee, who has been extremely patient in the way that he has built up his innings. Like, it started off with him and Elgar. There was a bit of pressure from the New Zealand bowlers, but then they've weathered the storm in perfect fashion. Now, because of it, they have got themselves in a good position in this test match. Also, Crusaders, they play the Highlanders later on tonight. And then also after that, the Waratahs versus the Reds. We are covering both of those games on the channel. So if you do enjoy your Super Rugby, and also tomorrow, we have got some more of the cricketing action. We will be doing the first or the second. I think it's going to be the first and second, I should say, session of tomorrow. And then after that, every other day, I believe we will be able to do our full day of cricket. And we will have not just myself, we'll also have a couple of guests on there as well. Currently, those are some big lenses on those cameras. Maybe that's what I need. Maybe I need a different webcam with a lens. Probably not. That probably won't solve any of my problems. Oh, I've got an idea. Oops. That hasn't worked out too well. What I am going to quickly do is I'm just going to see if I look as dark on this camera. No, see, that camera's fine. In fact, if anything, that camera is actually extremely fine for the lighting side of it. I'm going to show you guys. No, I realize that's probably not a good idea because it's not going to come through too well. In fact, it's going to come through awfully. Hey, it's my face. Imagine if this was how I did my live streams. That would be so confusing. It's not going to focus. You know, that would be, oh, no, it's still kind of dark. I thought I had fixed it for a second there, but I still have not. But we'll work it out. Hopefully, we'll use our science brains and whatnot. Umbrellas at the moment protecting the people from the wind rather than the rain. The rain. Apparently, that wind looks like it is slowly getting stronger. Currently, Markram going to be on strike. I almost hiccuped. I hope I don't get hiccups. And also, are you surprised Tom Latham has only given Wagner 4 overs out of 42 overs? And there, I'm a little bit surprised, although I think he is saving him because of the fact that they are getting such a good partnership going. I think they're saving him for later in the day where he can bowl a little bit shorter, see whether or not he can try and tear through a few of that middle order. But for now, I mean, New Zealand just need that shining light in their lineup. In the first innings in the last match, it was Matt Henry. In the second innings of the last match, it was Tim Southey. Who will it be now that does step up? I feel like Kyle Jamieson would be a good one to have get a few wickets just because he is probably due for a few more. And if it's not him, maybe De Grono with his slightly slower deliveries might be able to pick up a wicket or two. But currently, we have got an hour left of this session, and that will be going through to 3:40. Then there's a 20-minute break, and then the final session will be running from 4 p.m. through to 6 or 6:30, depending on how many overs they do need to make up. I believe they're a little bit behind the over rate for the second session so far. Nicely bowled by Matt Henry. There's someone who was very keen on that one. I think New Zealand are just searching for that wicket, trying to stay patient, but also knowing that the runs have been flowing a little bit too easily for South Africa throughout the early stages of this Hagley Oval Test match. We did get to see these two sides play last week at Hagley Oval, a completely different surface though, a lot less grass on this one. Looks like it is going to be a good pitch for batting. Nice shot once again going through. Brilliant shot. And that is going to be 4 more runs for South Africa. Brilliantly hit there from Erwee, or Erwee, I should say. Currently moving up onto 79 runs now. Getting closer and closer to that century. And like they're saying, it's not really too much of a swing of the bat. It's more of just that punch through cover, placed beautifully. Kyle Jamieson not able to stop it. And once again, Henry goes for a few more runs. So I think straight away, South Africa, their tactic has been to shut down Henry's bowling as quickly as possible. If he puts it in the wrong place, hit it away to the boundary, make him lose that confidence. He'll be finishing the over with a single. And now he will move up to 80. And he has retained the strike for the next over. Currently sitting in a very good position here, South Africa. This is going to be drinks. And it is going to be 125 for 1 now. Powerades drink break or drinks break. Tell you what, I keep on missing letters out of my words today. For some reason, I've decided to just take certain letters out, which is not ideal. It always means for weirdness. Making a weirdness, Casper's still chilling with us at the moment, just glowing. Don't know why. But he is. And he is. I feel like it's just a case of he wanted to watch the cricket, didn't he? When he knew that it was on. The wind is still blowing a little bit at Christchurch. And also here we've got a little tiny bit of rain, or a little tiny bit of wind, I should say. Rain should be coming tomorrow, though. And by the looks of it, okay, so it's only from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. that it seems to be that it's a 50% or so chance of rain. But after that, it does actually look pretty nice for Christchurch for the rest of the day. So hopefully conditions will be in favour of not just trying to ruin the whole day of cricket with some rain. We haven't actually been rain affected here in New Zealand as of yet. The third day of the test match was going to be rain affected, but because it was finished by day 3, it did mean that it was all sorted. We didn't have to worry too much about it. Currently it's blue sky once again at Hagley. Tell you what, the weather for test matches at the moment in New Zealand seems to just be turning it up to the next level. Like, it's probably supposed to rain a lot in the near future, but just for the test matches, it seems to be, you know what, we're just going to put on some 5 days of good old sunshine, and hopefully that will be the case throughout the later stages. Hopefully we do go to day 5 as well, because that last match only going to day 3, I think was a little bit, I guess you could say, slightly anticlimactic, because we were hoping for a long test match and a close one between the two sides. At the moment, Markram sitting on 5 off 13 balls. And Elgar, the only man who has lost his wicket. And that was 41 of 101. Erwee is going to be there, 80 runs of 145. That is how Grant Elliott pronounced it. And he is South African, so I will trust him. So it's Erwee for that one. Hopefully. Like they're saying, it's a bit of a surprise that they did decide that they did want to bat first, South Africa, but they had something to prove, and they went out there, and they have already done just that, which is the most iconic cricket stadium for New Zealand, or in New Zealand for Kiwis and you. It's a good question. I would say most iconic. Iconic's a tough one. I know that Eden Park is probably one that a lot of people think of for the cricket straight away. Or maybe Sky Stadium, something along those lines. But I would say Mount Maunganui, the Bay Oval. I feel like that is a kind of picturesque ground that has really kind of, I guess, in the last maybe 10 years or so, a lot more people are starting to know about the Mount Maunganui. With the fact that the mountains in the background, it's a very nice ground. I mean, you can see some mountains here in Christchurch. Hagley Oval is another very nice ground to watch cricket from with the tents. You can see it in the background on that side. Very weird how it is going, but currently they are saying that the game will be going the distance. That's a bold prediction from Grant Elliott, but if it is the case, it will be very interesting to see who will feel like they've got a little bit more momentum heading into that final day. So still got another 2,000. In fact, we've probably still got another 2,500 balls or so left of this test match. Maybe a few less, 2,400. Plenty of time for both of these sides to get a bat and a bowl a couple times. But currently now it is once again going to be New Zealand who have to try and get themselves that breakthrough. Neil Wagner, he's only bowled the 4 overs. Could this one now be his opportunity to get the wicket of Erwee? They're going to need it. They will need to get him out before the 100. If they don't, I think he's going on to get 150. That is a bold prediction, but I think that is going to be the case. Wagner now the left arm quick. Was it nicely. Erwee plays it late. He's not happy with himself there. I think he might have decided that he would prefer to leave that one, but too late now. Currently run rate of just under the 3 per over. Wagner has been bowling decently. Going for 11 runs off the 4 overs. Just hasn't really had too much of an opportunity with the ball in hand as of yet. Erwee, he is certainly having a good opportunity with the bat. Well played. That was on the money. Aaron Wagner. Currently New Zealand, they're just trying to fire up their bowlers, trying to light that fire underneath them, see if they can get themselves the 1 wicket. In fact, I mean, 1 wicket's a good start, but they will need a few more in the near future. Currently, the Gondolier is there around Christchurch. Currently, that's the thing, there's quite a few tourist attractions that you can go to at the moment here in Christchurch. Near the ground at Hagley, it's a very good located ground. Great shot, but it goes straight out to the man at a wide mid-off, almost there. And Kyle Jamieson, I would have filled that one quite nicely, but Wagner, he's got the potential. This could be his innings maybe to get the 5 for, or at least 4. I'm going to say Wagner gets 4 wickets in this over. No, not in this over, sorry, in this innings. What, 4 in the over would be impressive, definitely, because there's only 3 balls left. So there would have to be a no-ball run-out, I guess, is the only way for him to get 4 in the remaining balls of this over. But I'm going to say he gets 4 wickets. Jamieson gets 2. Southey gets 3. And then 1 other wicket for de Gronholm. Who did I miss out? Nice shot down the ground from Erwee once again. They move up onto 84 runs now for South African batsman who was opening. How many bowlers did I say? Who did I miss? Neil Wagner bowls a no ball. That's not good. I might take that back. I'll take a wicket off him for that one. We'll give that wicket to... Who have I forgotten? There's 5 New Zealand bowlers. I don't think I said 5, though. Ends up going for the 5 runs off that delivery, Neil Wagner. Almost chipping it onto his stumps. That's going to be the single. The weird thing is, I said about how it would have to be a no-ball run-out. I didn't expect there to actually be a no-ball in that over, but there was. Neil Wagner overstepping the mark. Currently 43.4 overs down. I ended up just watching there for a second. I realized if I just watch the game, then it's very quiet. Well bowled. Goes straight out to the man at Gully, though. Currently 3.08 is the run rate. Aidan Markram, very important that he sticks out there for a little bit longer. Erwee will love having him as a batting partner. As long as they can keep that run rate ticking over at 3, they will be able to work their way well and truly towards around 250 by the end of the day if they do continue the way that they are going. Only 43.5 overs down. It's nicely bowled once again by Wagner. That will be the end of the over And it is going to be 135 for 1. So who can break through and get that wicket? That is the big question that they've got at the moment for the Black Caps. They're going to need one soon. Would they give Daryl Mitchell the ball? I know, like, that's the thing. Daryl Mitchell, he used to actually be a death bowler in, like, T20 because he was very good under pressure. Oh, they haven't decided to use him as of yet here. What I'm going to quickly do, I'm just going to unplug this. I'm just going to make sure that the plug's all right. And then I'm going to plug it into a different plug. Is that brighter? No, it's not. I really thought that would work. So I think the light bulbs might be getting a little bit old. And then maybe that's why they're not as bright. Currently now Matt Henry once again hit to the leg side. And that is going to be just an easy single down to deep square leg. What can New Zealand do? That's a big question. We haven't had to ask this question in the last little while because South Africa in that first one, it was any time it seemed like they were starting to build, the wicket would fall. Although they've already had a very good opening run partnership between two men of 111 runs. And now they are just starting to rebuild once again here. Try and work their way towards another 50-run partnership would be a good start. They're currently sitting around 25. Halfway there, but Markram now on strike. It's right on behind the ball. Plays it beautifully. It's once again going to be just the dot ball. Matt Henry, he's actually been quite expensive in the first little while, but they're showing them Markram. The way he was dismissed in the first test, first one was unlucky for him, or actually, sorry, second one was unlucky. It was just a pearler of a delivery, but that first innings, he actually ended up trying to hit one that was way outside of the off stump in terms of not really needing to play. He tried to back foot punch it, and it ended up resulting in him losing his wicket. Currently, he's sitting on 5 runs off 17 deliveries. Erwee, I believe it is, sitting on 86 of 151, only 14 away from being able to bring up that century on New Zealand soil. Nicely played. But we did see that last time there was a 100-run partnership on New Zealand soil, or on away soil even, I think they said was 2012, wasn't it? It's a long time. I'm currently shining it. And here's the man with the hyper zinc on his face. It was mentioned a little bit earlier on. We're currently 2:52 p.m. here in New Zealand. Nicely played. Hitting it straight out to, it was mid-on. Almost a little bit closer in. A short mid-on there. Trying to stop that cheeky single possibly being available for them on that side. But currently, right. New Zealand need a wicket before the end of the session. They probably almost need 2, in fact. Well, that came back in a little bit off the seam there for Matt Henry. That's going to be the end of his over. And now they are a little bit further behind with the run rate now, or the over rate for New Zealand. Which does mean they might end up playing that extra half an hour at the end of the day. That's going to be at 6:30 that the day will be ending, although we will be doing this session. And then after that, we are going to be ending up doing pretty much trying to fix everything that's going on with the lighting, making this weirdness disappear. So it is very weird. And also, we've got that 4:53 a.m. here in Turkey, says Jux. You are certainly committed. Are you going to be watching the URC, Jux? Do let me know, with the Lions taking on Leinster and also the Bulls taking on Zebra, or are you more of a cricket man rather than a rugby man? It's close to hitting it onto the stumps. The luck at the moment is in South Africa's favour. In the first test match, that easily would have gone on and chopped onto the stumps. A wagon wheel from Erwee, though, all over the ground. And it's actually the leg side that he hasn't used as much as the offside here. I'm trying to look at that. I think he's only had one that was in the air. So along those lines, everything else was either bounced to a fielder. Like, I don't think New Zealand have really had any half chances. There's been no drop catches, no appeals for LBW. Once again, whipped off the pads. by Erwee, and he will be getting the 2 runs, taking it quickly. This is the best opportunity that they did have, and they weren't able to make the most of it there in New Zealand. Currently Wagner. Okay, Erwee at the moment, he's just having a conversation with Markram, saying, was my call loud enough? Because I think they were a little bit hesitant getting going for that second one. I think Markram just waiting a little bit longer, making sure that he knew that Erwee was going to be able to make it to the crease. Almost a leg cutter, I believe it was, from Neil Wagner, trying to take a bit of the speed off the ball, but also trying to get it to do something off the surface. It's a flat pitch, and it does seem like it is going to be a real test for the New Zealand bowling attack, and also for South Africa when they do get their opportunity to bowl. And at the later stages, and I love cricket, golf, tennis, and rugby are between the cricket and the tennis now. The rugby have to wait, says Jux. Yeah, there's that much of these sports on at the moment. Like, that's the thing. If you were to follow every sport around the world, like, it would be impossible just because of all the leagues. Like, even if you follow the top level of like 6 sports, like, you're not going to be able to watch them all unless you watch highlights. Like, currently coming up very soon, we've got Super Rugby for the rugby side of it. The URC as well. The Six Nations is on. The Test match cricket is here. Cricket World Cup just around the corner. NRL and AFL both starting up soon. It's just a lot. Then we get into kind of that mid-year stage, and we've got the Rugby League World Cup, FIFA World Cup, Commonwealth Games. Rugby Sevens is coming back very soon. We are going to be covering it on the channel also alongside of Super Rugby. That's going to be nicely played. I believe it's the Singapore Sevens. What time zone is Singapore on? I think are they kind of close to us or a few hours behind? Maybe a few hours behind, but currently Neil Wagner, this will frustrate him. He likes taking a whole heap of wickets early on in a spell. This just hasn't quite happened for him. It would be a full-time job description, sportaholic as well, says Jux. And in a weird way, like, I guess that's kind of like not really our description, but it's kind of what we do. Like, full-time is like watch sport and talk about sport with you guys, which is a weird dynamic. Like, but it's awesome. Like, the fact that I'm able to do this. I don't know how much longer I will be able to do this full-time. I'll probably have to get a part-time job at some stage soon just to be able to keep on funding the dream, I guess you could say. But it's a lot of fun, and it is very rewarding indeed. Currently, the Rugby Sevens, when is it coming back? I hope it's like 3 weeks' time, but it probably won't be. Hey, it's actually 45 days' time. So we've got a month and a half. Okay, I can deal with a month and a half. I feel like by then my sleep schedule will almost be normal. That light is flickering. That's why it looks so weird. Wait one moment. Grab this. Gonna be left alone once again. Why is it flickering? Okay, there's a little bit of flickering going on with my light at the moment. We'll leave it like that for now, and hopefully it will behave itself going forward, but it's very hard to tell. The day 1 pitch, or the first test and the second pitch, it's already changed it up a little bit. And also to participate as well, still playing tennis and jogging every morning, 8 to 10 Ks. That's impressive. Like, I know some people like underestimate like the kind of the benefits of jogging, if that makes sense. But like, I couldn't run to the letterbox without getting puffed. Like, and you're just out there doing 8 or 10 Ks. Like, it's nothing. Like, you wouldn't take too long to do 8 or 10 Ks, would you? You probably tick over pretty quickly. How quick is a normal speed to do a K in? Is it like 6? No, probably 6 minutes? No, maybe a bit quicker. Maybe 5 minutes? 5 minutes, somewhere around there. Do let me know. Currently, now we're just having a bit of a chat with the bowling coach here. They've got to work out how to get these South African boys out, because if they don't, they're going to be in some real trouble going into the later stages of this test match, because these are all runs that New Zealand have to get, and some, to be able to really compete with the South Africans. But Matt Henry currently has bowled 11.4 overs, still getting 130 plus Ks. And Erwee currently sitting on 89 of 159 deliveries. It's been patient from him. And also, Jake has said, I have COVID as well. That is no good, mate. Hopefully, the symptoms aren't too rough for you. That's a brilliant shot there from Erwee once again. And that is going to be not quite making it all the way to boundary, 8 kilometre in about 42 minutes. Summer now in the snowy winter, 2 minutes in there. Jeez. I got to give you a clap because I could never. I'd like to be able to jog a long distance, but I just don't seem to be able to. I'd like to get fit at some stage. But Jake, whereabouts in the country are you? Are you in New Zealand or are you in a different country as well? Do let me know. I feel like I get confused sometimes. You've changed your profile picture, which I think has stumped me. You're in Canterbury, aren't you? And camera looks a bit different today, says Jake. Yeah, for some reason it's weird. Like the lighting or something has gone like different for it. And hopefully I'm going to be able to fix it before Super Rugby tonight because it is glitching out a little bit with the kind of lighting. As you can see up there, it's like weird. Like my fingers. I wonder if I had the green screen down whether or not I would do it. As and also 52 minutes in Turkey, says Jarks there. Yeah, that's a long way. 8Ks. Like driving 8Ks would take long enough. Currently, Erwee sitting on 92 runs. Getting closer, 8 runs away, and he's still got 40 minutes left of this session to be able to bring up his century. Should be able to do it. Markram, he's sitting on 5 runs. Hasn't really had too much of the strike as of this stage of, I guess, making it to the crease. Okay, so like they are saying at the moment, they're allowed pods of spectators for the game of cricket. You're only allowed a few people in certain regions. I believe it's about 100 people through each entrance. They are trying their best to be able to, I guess, keep the cricket season ticking over. We've got the Netherlands as the next tour that we are going to get to see. And in New Zealand, I used to live in Canterbury, but now in Tauranga, studying live or radio broadcasting as well. We have an outbreak in our class. Oh, it's almost in the air. And yes, I did change my profile pick as well, says Jake there. It did start me big time. So what type of broadcasting in terms of radio broadcasting are you looking to go down, Jake? Is it sports commentary or is it more, I guess, kind of like the... Oh, that was close to the glove. I guess more along the lines of just pretty much on the radio. So I think, do let me know. They said catch. There wasn't a catching opportunity there. It was in the gap. So it was all good for them. But currently, Erwee, one of the first short balls that he has experienced in the last little while. Should have expected it, though, from Neil Wagner. He does like to drop it short. Once again, left alone by Markram. Currently, still the run rate of 3 or more per over here for South Africa. After 47.2, I think we're starting to fall behind a little bit more with the over rate compared to the first one. It seems to have gotten a little bit more methodical from the New Zealand bowlers. They might have to give to Gronholm the ball just to try and speed through a few, maybe. I mean, I'm still sticking with it. Give it to Daryl Mitchell. Just give him 2 overs. That's all he needs, and he'll get you the wicket. Obviously played once again right in behind the ball. And also more music stations like ZM Hits and The Edge. You know, I enjoy my talking, looking at making a podcast. And there says Jake Lacey. Be interesting. Is it sports-related podcast? Because if it is, be sure to let me know. I'll probably end up... I mean, I try and watch some podcasts on Spotify. And I'll either watch it while editing or I'll just watch it or pretty much listen to it rather than watching. Because when you're tired after a whole heap of sport, you just kind of sit here like this. And you don't really want to open your eyes. So you just sit here and you go I'm going to listen to something. I'm currently listening to the cricket. Although, of course, it's a bit more tricky to commentate if you got your eyes closed. I've learned. Something that you learn in life occasionally. My brain looks like it's scrambled, doesn't it? But I think it's just anytime I look over at the lights, I'm like, why is it doing that? Why is this thing glowing? What has changed? I mean, we're still here. Have we moved that over more? Maybe. What if I move that this way more? Like to there? Nope. And also, this is like the podcast, but it's live. I watch the rugby on the weekends on Sky, but pay more attention to this. And there says Jake. Oi! Did it carry? Did it carry to Mitchell? I think it fell short. Okay, they're saying it fell well short. I don't think it was hugely short of him, though. It might have been relatively close. I can hear the commentators in the background talking about that one. Did it carry? I don't think it carried, and I don't think it was a huge opportunity. Daryl Mitchell needs to bowl. That's my thing. There we go. Put that there. Daryl Mitchell needs to bowl. Give him a bowl, see if he gets the wicket. If he doesn't and he goes for 10 runs, fair enough. But if he does get the wicket, it's good. You want a wicket every once in a while. Currently 137 Ks. Partnering with the Gronholm, just have a whole heap of slow bowling. See how long they are willing to be patient. They're just showing all the missed opportunities for the Black Caps due to short edges, the ball just not carrying. And unfortunately, a lot of them probably would have carried to Blundell if he had been able to dive out and get them. I see bowled by Matt Henry once again there. 48.2 overs down. Matt Henry, he's gone for 45 runs, but currently only another 34 minutes left of this session. Then we have got 2 games of Super Rugby later on tonight. The first of which being Crusaders taking on the Highlanders. That's going to be an exciting one. He was very late reacting for that one, Daryl Mitchell. Almost playing the cut shot, deciding to chase it. And I was like, Hamish, do you think the slip section of the Black Caps are not placed right? How many catches are not held? Says Coding. And unfortunately for them, everything is just going short. At this point in time, that's 3 in a row that have bounced to Daryl Mitchell. That last one was a lot closer. I don't know how much it was short by. It's our first LBW shout in a long time, but it was way too high for them there. But currently, I would say maybe if they take a step or two up, because with Daryl Mitchell, he's only going to be behind the keeper type thing. So if Tom Blundell feels confident to take a step or two forward to be able to take it, and as Crusaders on tonight have been so zoned out with McCoven, I have no idea. That's a massive game, says Jake. It is indeed. It was originally going to be Saturday, but they brought it forward because the Chiefs versus Moana Pacifica game got moved from Friday to Sunday afternoon. So because of it, it does mean that it's now going to be the Friday night game, Crusaders versus Highlanders, which now that I've told you that, I think you're going to be pretty excited for that game. The South Island Derby, got to love it. It's going to be at Forsyth Bar, 7:05. And then followed by that, it is going to be the Waratahs versus the Reds, which we are also going to be covering on the channel. Be sure to stick around for those two. I'm just looking. The Champions Cup comes back on the same weekend as the Sevens. And that will also be the weekend of Super Rugby. So there's a lot of middle of the night sport that is going to be taking place. The qualifiers for the FIFA World Cup are still taking place for the football. The Women's Six Nations starts up in 31 days. State of Origin's only 105 days away. And then it is going to be the Bunnings NPC in 163 days with the Rugby Championship closely following. And then the Women's Rugby World Cup is actually only 225 days away. It's all coming very quickly. That is for sure. And then the Men's World Cup, 562 days away. Currently now, looks like those two have come to the cricket just to have a quick nap. Maybe. Yep, she's out to it. Oh, no, he's still moving the legs. He's still kicking about at this point in time. Now Neil Wagner around the wicket, it seems. And they have gone with the short field setup where they've got the man at bat pad and Will Young, I believe it will be. Then also they've got themselves a leg gully, a square leg, a almost short mid-wicket type region, a couple more steps back, and then the man out deep, a deep fine leg, and also deep mid-wicket. Leaves that one alone there, though, for Erwee or Erwee. I I've forgotten how to say his name. Erwee. I think it's Erwee. Yeah, Mitchell needs the bowl. So we'll see whether or not that works. Maybe Latham, he's watching this on his phone while he's out at the crease. Just going, maybe I should bowl Daryl Mitchell. That would be a good idea. I bet you Daryl Mitchell will bowl and he'll go for like 15 runs off 2 overs. And I'll look like an idiot. But I'd rather look like an idiot because they tried it than them look like an idiot for not trying it. Short ball once again over the top of Erwee. Erwee, I think it is. Erwee. I'm getting a lot of R at the moment. But currently, Markram, he has been pretty useful at the non-strikers end. And also, when he's been on strike, he hasn't had a huge amount of aggression in the way that he's been playing. But he did try one cut shot, which was a bit more aggressive. Erwee, once again, that's a nicer shot. Not going to be taking the run there. And at the moment, like they're saying, they've got 2 wicketkeeper batsmen who are both on commentary, and they would both love to be able to go after the ball here. But Erwee is going to be very patient in the way that he does it. The New Zealand side, they've actually got 3 men in a row here, with Will Young, then de Gronholm with his large hands, and then out a little bit further, I believe that is Daryl Mitchell, who's slotting in there in the deep. Once again, left alone. At the moment, like they're saying, it's not really a stock standard field that you would see too often, but it's quite windy. The moment at Hagley, they need that breakthrough wicket. They've got another 30 minutes to be able to do so. Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, will New Zealand get a wicket before the end of this session? And if so, who will it be? My money is on Markram. Not literally. My money in my TAB account is sitting on 0, but that is how I'm watching the game at the moment. In fact, I'm surprised they're letting me watch the game because I think you've got to have some sort of balance in your TAB account to be able to watch games. So they're being generous at this point in time. Currently 50 overs down almost in this test match. And they have just continued to go at around that 100 and, I guess, 50 mark of run rate of 2.89 currently for the run rate. Erwee once again. Short ball. Tries to play around the corner. Doesn't get onto it. And that will be the end of the over from Neil Wagner. And it is going to be 144 for 1. Currently just continuing to build up a little bit more scoreboard pressure here for the South Africans. Currently 50 overs down. I think they're probably around 5 overs behind, in fact, with how quick they've been going. Or maybe about 3 overs, maybe 4 at this point in time. But all the police force are at the ground watching this game. I know that someone mentioned to me yesterday, I think a certain person that they knew were going to be doing security for this matchup. I don't remember who told me that, but the Gronholm now being added into the bowling attack. Give Daryl Mitchell a bowl. Although de Gronholm, I did say he would be able to pick up a wicket at some point in time throughout this match. Oh, he's just dropped the ball. I could say something, but I will not for Colin de Gronholm. Now, he does need to have a good performance with the ball at hand. I might have to put a ring light on a tripod and see if that works for the lighting side of it. It does seem very dark at the moment, even though it's not too dark. Erwee at the moment. Gonna be at the non-strikers in Markram. Good strike, or good shape, I should say, from Colin de Gronholm, getting a bit of swing on it. And that's the thing, even though he bowls it slower, the ball still swings very nicely, and it's just quick enough to be able to cause you a few problems. Depp is put there for Erwee, and in there with the runs, and currently only sitting 7 runs away from the century. Can he do it? The ball once again by Colin de Gronholm, swinging away from the right-hander. They've got the left-hander and the right-hander. I thought for a second Colin de Gronholm was saying that he wants to go round the wicket, but I don't think that would be the best option at this point in time. Definitely not after those first two deliveries that he did have. Round the wicket up against the left-hander, I would say, is a good option, though. Colin de Grandhomme bowling 119 Ks. Like I mentioned, he's not express pace, but just gets it in the right region that can cause you a little bit of a problem if you do try to play it a bit too casually. Another big yawn for myself. De Grandhomme pitched up, hit down the ground. And it is once again just going to be the dot ball. So de Grandhomme, it seems like he's found his line and length pretty early in his spell, and we'll have to continue that throughout the next few stages. Who is that with the oversized? I see what it is. It's Matt Henry wearing Colin de Grandhomme's vest. So that is why it looked like he had it like 5 sizes too big. As it was Colin de Grandhomme. That one kind of died in the pitch. The way it bounced on. Was that in a crack? At the moment, they are asking the question of what did Algar know that like no one else did? Because at the end of the day, this has started extremely well for South Africa, and no one was expecting them to be batting first. Play once again, just dead batting that one, and now that will be the end of another over. 144 for 1. So a maiden from Colin de Grandhomme there to start him off for this one in his spell, but currently he's bowled 5 overs, 14 runs. I'm going to yawn again, I know. I've worked out, though, I think the reason I'm yawning so much is because I think something has moved. I don't know whether it's my chair. I don't know whether it's the green screen. I don't know whether it's the light. But something's moved. So if I go wide angle, that's actually what it looks like on that side, and it doesn't normally look like that. And I don't know why it looks like that either. It seems like maybe... Wait a minute. Is it a button that I missed? Oh, no. Okay, it wasn't a button that I missed. If I click that... The weird thing is, that's actually slightly better, even though I look very weird because I'm on the setting of not having a green screen. It actually almost is better, which means it is my green screen that's like not behaving itself. What if I put like a different stadium? No, it's still the same. It's a different stadium, so it's weird. Change the fade a little bit. That's actually a little bit better. We'll go with that just for now, while it is misbehaving. Although I do become slightly see-through if I move quickly, so hopefully that won't happen too often for myself. But currently 144 for 1 here for South Africa. They have still got another 22 minutes left of this session. Then after that, they have got one more session of the day. And then we have got Super Rugby. It's nicely played once again by Erwee. Currently, he's just on strike. They aren't letting him rotate it, and that is what will cause a little bit more pressure. My shirt slightly see-through on that side. I do see. In fact, it is weird. We'll just go with it for now. Currently 51.3 overs down. Short ball once again, slightly in the air. It's going to be worked away. And that is going to be the single. Is it a run to Erwee? No, it is not. It is going to be a leg by. In the end, it would have been worth a good shout from the Black Caps, but they wouldn't have been rewarded with the wicket on themselves there. But currently, Wagner, he could be the man to get the breakthrough. We know that he will bowl over after over after over if he needs to. But it's whether or not he can somehow stop the South African attack from not just getting the wicket here, but once they do get the wicket, they've got to find a way of stopping the next rebuild. Because this rebuild between Markram and also Erwee has been very impressive. They've already got a partnership of 34 runs between these two. Henry Nichols fielding that one at gully. Currently 2.8 for the run rate. So New Zealand's starting to slow them down a little bit more than they have been. Like they're saying, controlling the run rate will be an important factor for the Black Caps in this matchup, because if they do end up letting South Africa just score at 3 and over, like the longer that South Africa bat, he played that one extremely late there for Markram. That is the end of another over though, and it is going to be 145 for 1. So just the single coming off that over now. Wagner going to be even more fired up. Anytime he doesn't pick up wickets, it just makes the man angry. And when that man is angry, you do not want to be facing him. I think one of the commentators is saying it's a more solid lineup than the first test match, but he said it in the background. We didn't think anyone would be able to hear him. And hello, good morning, Amish Pro, says Vishal. Welcome in to Lyceum. What time is it at the moment for you, Vishal? It must be early on in the morning, if I'm not wrong. Maybe around, I want to say 7, but I could be wrong. It might be 9 a.m. or somewhere around there, Vishal. Do let me know. But currently, a very good start to this match for South Africa. Elgar, the only man to fall for the wicket, and that was 41 of 101 deliveries. We're currently getting closer and closer. He's got de Gronholm bowling to him, though. And like they're saying, sometimes for de Gronholm's bowling, you can think, right, he's a little bit slower. I'm just going to tap this for my century. And then you could end up hitting it a little bit higher in the air. But he's really, I mean, he's put his face in a paint can of zinc, I guess is the best way of describing what Colin de Gronholm's going for there. He's decided to just completely just drench the bottom half of his face, I guess. How would you even describe it? It's not even like, it's not those, it's not the nose, it's just there. Decided to put it all on Colin de Gronholm. Currently 173 balls he has faced there. And that's going to be a dot ball all. I think that one hurt Erwee a little bit there. Trying to run it off. I think it hit him on the thigh pad. Maybe just missing the thigh pad there. And currently, South Africa, right on the inside thigh. On the right leg. But South Africa are actually favourites to win this match now, sitting at $2.55. New Zealand sitting at $2.70. And the draw sitting at $2.95. So I highly recommend, like at the moment, if you are someone who does end up doing betting, like this is the perfect time, like to be able to really lock in any of those options, and they're all going to be paying about the same. I know New Zealand going into this match was paying about $130, $1.50, somewhere around there. And good start here, South Africa, after one match complete, collapsed the batting order, says Vishal. And yeah, they've already got more runs than they did in that first innings of the last test match, and they've only lost the one wicket. And to be fair, they've almost got more than they had in that second innings as well, I think. Currently doing very nicely for themselves. 123 for Colin de Gronholm there, starting to ramp up the speed. Well, bowl once again from de Gronholm, and that is going to be the end of the over. And now 145 for 1 after 53. Still another 17 minutes left of this session. 7 minutes left, or 7 overs left, I should say, for the over. I think they're going to get through another 5 to 6 at this stage. I think they'll be about 1 short, which they will end up using some of the final hour, or kind of the extra hour, I guess you could say, that they do get, which will be from 6 to 6:30. They get half an hour that they can use. Currently now, New Zealand sitting only the one wicket taken. Someone has bought 4 beers. That would have cost him an arm and a leg, but he's in a South African kit. So that also probably cost an arm and a leg for the price of those kits. Like, that's the thing. Rugby kits are expensive. Like, even on special, you're looking at just under the $100 for them as well. And not on special, 150 minimum. Or depending on where you get them from, probably like 130 minimum. I did end up buying my mum the Melbourne Stars kit. It's still on its way It's in New Zealand, though. I believe it's in Auckland. So hopefully it does arrive before the end of this test match, or else we will have to have it for maybe the either Cricket World Cup or an upcoming other cricket match that is coming up. Because Pakistan, they play Australia in the near future for the cricketing side of things. Now Wagner once again bowling nicely right in behind the ball, though. And India, they are taking on Sri Lanka in a T20 for their second T20 that is taking place on Sunday, the 27th of February, New Zealand time. Bangladesh up against Afghanistan in an ODI. And then in March is when we will see the Australians taking on Sri Lanka. Australians taking on Pakistan. That is taking place in 7 days' time. And that is going to be at 6 p.m. that one will be starting. So we will hopefully be able to cover some of that on the channel also for Australia taking on Pakistan. Player once again and behind the ball. Markram, he seems set at the crease at the moment. Doesn't look like he is going to be going anywhere anytime soon. Other matches that are coming up. The first test match between West Indies and England. That is going to be starting at 3 a.m. New Zealand time. That's going to be a rough one. But hopefully we can watch maybe one session of each day, depending on how it goes with time zones and everything. Although that is actually on the same time as Pakistan versus Australia for the two kind of overlap. So that's going to be an interesting one. See if we can do some form of cricket for both of those matches. Wagner now stepping to the leg side, or stepping to the offside. In fact, almost had his leg stump knocked out of the ground there for Markram, but was able to get the bat on it. Now, once again, it is going to be... Oh, that's a good swing and delivery. Very close. And as Bolt playing says, Robert, he is missing from this game. They did decide to leave him out, and they have gone with the exact same lineup here for the Black Caps as last week, which is Latham, Will Young, Devon Conway, Henry Nichols, Daryl Mitchell is going to be there once again. Then they have got the keeping option in Blundell, Jameson, Wagner, Southey, and also de Gronholm. That was a good bouncer, but unfortunately it was very close to smacking Erwee in the helmet. I think it almost did get him there. He's saying, I just lost that one. How close was this to hitting them in the helmet? Does it hit him in the helmet? Oh, I hit him in the gloves, which wouldn't have been too comfortable. That actually stayed a lot lower than I thought it had. Okay. So that was close to hitting him. Short ball once again. He's whipped it round to the leg side, and he does get himself off strike. And that is going to be just one ball left now that Markram will have to face here. In fact, no, sorry, that's the end of the over. Yes, it is. And also, I think the service is pretty good for batting. Then the first test, your thoughts, says Abdul. It does seem a lot flatter, and also there is a lot less grass cover on it compared to the first test. So I think if this one ends before day 4, I would be extremely surprised, because it seems like both sides are going to be able to bat for a long time on the surface. South Africa, once again, beautiful shot from Markram there. Able to hit it to the mid-wicket way. And that's gone all the way to the boundary as well. Timed that one to perfection there for Markram. Now moving into double figures, sitting on 11 runs of 47 deliveries to close out the Neil Wagner over. And South Africa now 152 for 1. Going very well. And I'm liking this a lot. I like the fact that there is plenty of fight in the South African side here for this matchup. I mean, currently 152 to 1 there. And also, you beat me to it, says Robert. I was pretty speedy with that one with the timing out. How have you been, Robert? I hope you have been keeping well, mate. And we have got plenty of rugby later on tonight, which I know you will be excited for. Also, the Broncos, they're your side, aren't they, in the NRL? Hopefully, we'll be able to have a decent run in the NRL. They've actually said maiden century would be there for Erwee. Can he do it? That is the big question. Nicely played once again. Very patient, solid in his defence. Hasn't rushed this innings at all. But New Zealand, they haven't bowled, I guess, consistently enough in the right regions. Why did de Gronholm decide to dunk his face in the zinc? Like, did he lose a bet? I don't know, because it just seems very much so like I just shoved a whole heap of zinc on my face for the sake of it. Like maybe it's to avoid the sun. Maybe you got sunburnt last week, so you didn't want it. But the thing is, it's only on one side as well that it's like real thick. It's an interesting look for De Gronholm, that is for sure. And also, I'm good you. And then, yeah, they play in the Cowboys tomorrow night in the trial match. Says right there, I've been pretty good overall. This week, I don't know what it is about this week, but I feel like I've been very good for some reason. I think it's just the fact that, like, George has been around quite a bit. We've been filming some videos. We've been discussing stuff, like, in terms of what's coming up in the future. And I'm very excited with what path we have got, like, kind of coming up for the channel, and also the other channels that we do have as well. Trying out the white one, once again left alone there by Erwee. Oh yeah, it's been a good week so far. And we have got plenty of live streams over the weekend. I think we're doing about 11 to 12 hours a day for the next 4 days of just any type of live stream. My voice will be gone, but then we've got a midweek interview that I have got lined up with Norm Maxwell for his birthday celebration. We were going to do it as a live stream, but sadly, internet and everything along those lines would mean that we weren't quite able to get it going the way that we'd like to. Nice and solid behind the ball once again. Currently now, Erwee gonna be hoping to get himself the century, and also I'm back. Oh, nice. And there says David Lim there. And in the NRL trial matches tonight, you got your Sea Eagles versus Raiders and Roosters versus Tigers tonight. Says right. So yeah, plenty of them coming up very soon. Erwee now. So that to the leg side of misfield there from New Zealand. Not what they could afford this point in time. And it's going to be another 2 runs here for Erwee, getting closer and closer. I'm back from meetings, doing work, and watching Celtics whip the nets again. And there says David. But yeah, currently South Africa, they're doing very nicely in this one. They've become the favourites in this game over New Zealand, who are now sitting $2.95 to be able to go on and win that one. Yeah, I see the Celtics and the nets at the moment must be just about heading into the fourth quarter, 98 to 74. It's a good total. Good total indeed. Currently, the Grono, he's got 2 bottles. He's trying to wipe his face with all the zinc, I think. I don't know why he's decided to zinc it up so much. The commentators, I think, are just laughing at him, and you sound better, or you are better sounding than Ian Eagle, NBA commentator. And there says David, I do appreciate that. I haven't actually heard too much NBA commentary as of late. I mean, one day it would be kind of cool to be able to do maybe a couple basketball games alongside it. We have got the Kiwi Lads Sport channel, which is going to be for more than just rugby and cricket. Whether that's football, whether that's going to be table tennis, Quidditch. No, I don't know. I don't know. I was trying to think of random sports. Is Quidditch a sport? I think it is. They do have Quidditch leagues overseas, AFL, NRL, those type ones. Markram at the moment sitting 11 runs of 48 deliveries. Hit to the leg side once again. Great shot from Markram, and that is going to be racing away to the boundary. Also, badminton, the Thomas Cup. And there says David Lim. I did play badminton for a little while, believe it or not. And it was for, I mean, it wasn't really like anything too competitive, but it was just at the local team. And March Madness Lacrosse. And there says David, and also David Jennis. And there as well. But yeah, we did actually, me, George, Daniel, and Isaac all played badminton for a little bit of time. It was like a Monday night thing that we could do. It was fun. Neil Wagner fell over. It wouldn't be a test match without Neil Wagner falling over from delivering a ball. It's just stock standard. That is now going to be left alone once again by Wagner. Or not by Wagner, sorry, but by Markram. Okay. He's 4 away from a century. 3:33 p.m. We've got another 7 minutes left of this session. This will be the last session of the day that we are covering, just due to the fact that I do want to make sure that I can sort out the lighting and also have some food before we get into the rugby a little bit later on, which is going to be Super Rugby. Chiefs, or not the Chiefs, sorry, Crusaders taking on the Highlanders. What should be a very exciting contest. And also straight after that, Waratahs versus Reds with the other one. Every time I hear, I see Erwee, I think Erwee in Selwyn District as well, says that David there. I guess it's an interesting name. I definitely have pronounced it wrong many, many times because is it Erwee? Erwee, I think the commentators have been calling him. So I'll try my best. Keep on getting it right. Right. Devon Conway also has quite a bit of zinc out. I think the boys just decided, right, we've got a zinc sponsor Just put as much of it on your face as you can. Well bowled by Wagner. The outside edge goes straight to backward point, though. Not quite able to pierce that gap there for Markram, but this has been a phenomenal start to this match for the Proteas. After the last match, I think a lot of people had ruled them out of this series, but now it looks like they want to try and make it 6-all. Or not 6-all, sorry, 2-all. No, not even 2-all, 1-all in this series between the two sides. Like, we look through at some of the statistics to do with that first one. Like South Africa, they got 95 and they got 111 in that first match. And at the moment, they're looking like they're going to get those two combined and also wicket. And there says Bushan. Yeah, they're only just going to get the one run for Markram now because it is going to be 16 of 53. And the end of the over, 159 for one. Currently Wagner, he has bowled 11 overs, 34 for none here. Not normally a man who doesn't get himself some action in the wicket-taking department, but currently just struggling a little bit to be able to get it over the line. Currently, Australia and Sri Lanka, they have finished their T20 series. New Zealand and India in the women's department have finished their ODI series, and we are moving into a new scene of international cricket, including Pakistan taking on Australia in Test match cricket, India taking on Sri Lanka at the moment. And then alongside that, we are also going to be having some more action, which is going to be New Zealand taking on the Netherlands in a little bit longer with the Cricket World Cup for the women's side of it coming very soon also. To get on home now. 4 minutes left. I believe we'll get this over and then we'll get one more over after that. Nice better swing. Well fielded though. It had to be made for that tackle, or not the tackle being made, but it had to be fielded, I should say, from Tim Southee, or else that would have been racing away to the boundary. So he just saved whoever it was at mid-off. A whole heap of running. Currently, New Zealand, they are well and truly underdogs now. They're actually the least likely result in this matchup. A draw and also South Africa to win, both paying less than New Zealand to win this test match. It does just show how the momentum has been changing. Currently now Markram, he's sitting on 16 off 55. Erwee at the other end, 96 runs. We've got 3 minutes left of this session. 4 balls left of this over. Can he bring up the century before the end of this session? That will be what will be on his mind, unless, of course, he is just a cool, calm, and collected customer and just completely zoning it out, not worrying about the fact he's on 96. If he gets through to 99 and it goes through to the break, though, that will certainly start to play on his mind. Currently now Markram still on strike. Having a majority of the strike in recent overs. Left alone outside of the off stump. Decided to leave it quite late there, Markram. But still missing the off stumps for the Kiwis. I think it's probably one thing that they haven't quite done enough of so far throughout this session, and that is put it just outside of the off stump and then occasionally going for that stump in the off peg, because that was how Tim Southee actually picked up the wicket by bringing it in a little bit. And also we've got that to 102, 77 in Brooklyn, says David. So I guess, big question, David, how many points are the Celtics going to win by, do you think? Do let me know. At the moment, they have got a very good lead. Currently sitting with a 25, I believe it is, and got a soft spot for the Nets because of Sean Marks, the Kiwi. And there says David, and also hi from Brandon. Welcome into Livestream, mate. Hope you're doing well currently. South Africa doing very nicely. That is going to be the end of the De Graan home over. And we are 57 overs in now, 159 for one, the last over that we are going to be covering on the channel for today. We will be back tomorrow, though, for another couple of sessions. And this one now is going to be the final over for Erwee for this matchup. In terms of this session, session 2, still got the man in close. I believe it will be Wagner who is bowling and no Harden. And Irving is not playing well. Celtics now better in the finish, let's say 25 points as well. Says David there. Okay, liking it. Okay, so currently difference between them is 25. So I guess it is going to be staying very similar there. But Wagner now, whilst the short ball leaves it alone there for Erwee. And also excited for the rugby, I sure am. And it should be a very awesome game between the Crusaders and the Highlanders, followed by Waratahs versus Reds, which is one that has got me scratching my head a little bit in terms of, are we going to get to see a Waratahs performance similar to what we saw up against the Fijian draw, or will the Reds outpower them and be able to get themselves a good win like they had over the Rebels, although that was a close game because of the rain and the wind and everything that was going on at that ground. It was rough performance from both sides in that second half. Shot ball once again left alone by Erwee, not willing to chase after that one. Currently still seeming pretty calm. Now 159 for 1 here for South Africa. A dream start to this match. Just the 1 wicket falling of Elgar, who was on 41 of 101 deliveries at the time. Well, Young under the bat pad. We're hoping that this ball just pops up off the glove / maybe the bat hitting it into the thigh pad. Another short ball takes it on. Beautiful shot there from Erwee. It does race away to the boundary and he brings up his 100 now. His maiden 100 for Erwee. And that is a brilliant one for him. I will make sure that the scoreboard is updating itself. There we go. It's updated, but that is a great shot from Erwee, bringing up the 100 just before lunch, or just before tea indeed. And this has draw written all over it, says David. And also, I'm very busy with YouTube email after email, but I'm now here, says Brandon there. And also, I think the curators may have made a roadblock of a wicket, or have made a roadblock of a wicket. And Erwee is showing if you can bat through that opening period, when it is a little bit trickier, then you can just go out there and really have got some good success on this pitch. And also we have got there from Gareth, he's a happy man. And also hi from Game On Do. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. 2 balls left of this session. That will be the end of session 2. But like they've said, he's fought hard, Erwee, and just has given his side a glimmer of hope in this game. Because, I mean, Elgar was batting well. Markram has batted well so far. And these two are now really starting to build into a perfect position for the Proteas. Dean Elgar clapping above his head, very happy with that innings for his opening teammate. Short ball once again left alone by Erwee. Does duck underneath it, and currently 163, just the 1 ball left of this innings, or of this session, I should say. And then the next one that we are going to be covering on the channel will be tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. New Zealand time. We will still be watching the last session for myself, but it will be more that I do end up resting the vocal cords a little bit and also trying to work out the lighting situation before we get to our live streams later on tonight with the Crusaders taking on the Highlanders and also Waratahs taking on the Reds. Short ball has been able to close out this session. Well batted by South Africa. They may have lost a wicket, but they are still right in this contest with some brilliant work from Erwee and also Markram joining up at the middle. It's a handshake from a few of the Kiwi players as well. Markram gives them a big pat on the back and congratulates them for that one. And check you later. Nap time, says Gareth there. So yeah, we will see you later on for the rugby between the Crusaders and the Highlanders. That will be at 7:05, but we will be starting at about 6:45 p.m. for ourselves here in New Zealand. But thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Currently, Elgar was able to get 41 of 101. The other 2 batsmen currently still at the crease. And that is Markram. And also, it was the man who has got himself 100, Erwee. And thanks, mate. I might see you for the Landers game tonight if I can put my son to sleep in there, says David. So nonetheless, I do appreciate you being here once again, mate. And we will be back tomorrow with some more cricketing coverage on the channel. And I believe tomorrow will be the only other day that we won't be able to do the full day's worth of cricket due to overlaps that we have. But other than that, we are all ready to go. But well batted from Erwee, putting South Africa in a good position to be the favourites now heading into the rest of this match. But thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe, and I will see you all for the next one.